Chapter 1696, Rudimentary Tao Palace. Chapter 1696, Rudimentary Tao Palace. A terrifying strength flooded through Lin Ming's body. Although the power of the Azura blood had fused into Lin Ming's flesh and blood, it had yet to be thoroughly absorbed by him. Rather, it should be said that Lin Ming had only absorbed a small part of this Azura blood, and there was still a tremendous amount of this energy within him that was still continuously fusing into his meridians, divine soul, and inner world. On Lin Ming's face and body, those mystical curse seals became deeper in color, like blood flowing across his features, shimmering without end. Lin Ming could feel that there was an incredible amount of strength within his body, so vast that he nearly couldn't contain it and would burst apart at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the Azura blood that had no place to vent this energy burst into Lin Ming's spiritual sea and inner world like a storm. Although this drop of blood was originally only the size of a pearl, Lin Ming's spiritual sea and inner world were actually swept up into a raging red sea. Blood-red waves as high as mountains engulfed the world, wildly rampaging about. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the blue soul battle spirit bore the brunt of this impact. It was completely sucked up in this Azura blood. The spear-shaped battle spirit was soaked in this Azura blood, seething about. The essence of the Azura blood wildly plunged into the spear-shaped battle spirit. Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake as a severe pain lit up every inch of his mind. The Azura blood contained the will of the Azura Road Master. Even for Lin Ming, withstanding this will was no easy matter. The battle spirit shivered, sending out a clarion cry. It was like Lin Ming's battle spirit was unable to withstand the tempered forging of this will, as if it would crack apart at any moment. Lin Ming grit his teeth, persisting through the pain. He was well aware that his blue soul battle spirit had long reached the peak of small success and was nearing the boundary of large success. If he could absorb the power of the Azura blood and withstand the baptism of the Azura Roadmaster's will, his blue soul battle spirit would reach large success at the barest minima. Perhaps it might even reach blue soul perfection. And as Lin Ming was withstanding the baptism of the Azura will, a gut-wrenching pain transmitted from his dantian. With a cough, he nearly fell down to his knees. Looking into his inner world, Lin Ming's complexion changed. At this time, massive turbulent waves crashed through the mountain valleys of his inner world, and even the lakes and rivers were swallowed up by an unimaginable amount of waves. Up in the sky, the clouds were washed away by this torrential tide of blood energy. This red tide hurtled towards the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world, unstoppable. These boundaries were immediately torn asunder by the terrifying energy, forcing Lin Ming's inner world to constantly develop. In that moment, Lin Ming was panic-stricken. With the rapid development of the boundaries of his inner world, that meant he would soon break through to the next boundary. And looking at this wild and overwhelming momentum, if Lin Ming allowed this to continue, then it was possible for him to break through straight into the Holy Lord realm. However, just several years ago Lin Ming had reached the late Divine Lord realm. If he were to directly jump past the half-step Holy Lord realm and into the Holy Lord realm, that would be far too quick. When a martial artist cultivated the martial path, they had to proceed in an orthodox and orderly fashion. This was because in walking down the road of martial arts, it wasn't just an issue of accumulating cultivation. One also had to perceive the heavenly Tao laws and master their martial skills. Many peerless geniuses would intentionally suppress their own cultivation until they couldn't contain the energy within their bodies any longer. Only then would they make a successful breakthrough and step into the next boundary. Lin Ming had continuously done so. After breaking through Ninefall, entering the Divine Sea, then Divine Transformation, every step he took had been steady and solid, with him consolidating his foundation to the limit. Whether it was in comprehension of laws or martial skills and techniques, he far surpassed all other martial artists of his level. But now, Lin Ming had just broken through to the late Divine Lord realm. If he jumped past the half-step Holy Lord realm and became a Holy Lord, this would instead greatly weaken his foundation. Although this would give him a tremendous power boost in combat strength for a short period of time, if he wanted to recover from this in the future, he would have to spend an even greater disproportionate amount of time and energy. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Thinking of this, Lin Ming grit his teeth. Using all the strength of his body, he forcefully suppressed the terrifying energy fluctuations of the Azura blood. Kai Kai Kai. Within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god tree madly grew. Roots radiated outwards, digging down and plunging into the Azura blood, wildly absorbing its essence. The pure source energy also entered into Lin Ming's inner world, forming ancient and vigorous runes of the Azura heavenly Tao. These runes reinforced the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world even as they sealed away the Azura blood, wanting to suppress the remaining energy. However, the Azura blood was simply far too powerful. Even if Lin Ming used the heretical god tree and the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, it was still far too difficult to suppress. The Azura heavenly Tao could seal away the Azura blood, but in a situation where the disparity in strength was far too great, there was a limit in the amount that Lin Ming could seal away. Peng! With a loud explosive sound, the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world began to break down once more. The raging Red Sea smashed against the barriers of the inner world, rapidly developing the chaotic space and expanding it. If this continued, then Lin Ming would reach the Holy Lord realm sooner or later. And such a barbaric method of developing the inner world was the same as raising the land, it would instead ruin Lin Ming's foundation. In this critical moment, Lin Ming shouted out once more. Above his head, a black void seemed to rip open as a mysterious and radiant starlight fell down like a river of stars, flowing all over Lin Ming's body. Brilliant stars appeared above Lin Ming's head, 9 of them in total. Lin Ming was well aware that just relying on the essence-gathering system was no longer enough to contain the terrifying strength of the Azura blood. He had to use the body transformation system. Humanity's 9 stars of the Tao Palace were not permitted by the heavenly Tao. In order to break through a boundary, each time required a massive volume of energy. Lin Ming summoned the 9 stars of the heavens above him because he wanted to use the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to contain the Azura blood. Since the Azura blood was so incomparably powerful, he would contend with it using the power of the heavenly Tao. Kai Kai Kai. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in mercurial starlight. His bodily strength began rapidly rising upwards. Without hesitation, he opened up the Purple Temple Tao Palace and the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. Using the power of the stars, he forcefully sundered apart the sea-like Azura blood. Underneath the quickening of the power of stars, the tumbling red waves turned into 9 red columns of water that shot into the air like crimson dragons, rushing out from Lin Ming's inner world and into his flesh and blood. 9 fluctuations of energy constantly converged into the 9 Tao Palaces within Lin Ming's body. Of these 9 Tao Palaces, only the Purple Temple and Heavenly Retribution Tao Palaces had been completely opened. As for the other Tao Palaces, their rudimentary form hadn't been formed. For a time, from 9 points in Lin Ming's body, a blinding starlight shot out. This starlight fused together with the power of the Azura blood and turned blood red, an enchanting and captivating sight. At this moment it was like Lin Ming's body had become a star. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace, especially those 7 Tao Palaces that had yet to open, were like fathomless pits that recklessly swallowed the power of the Azura blood. As the raging Red Sea entered these points, it vanished without a trace. The pressure on Lin Ming's inner world suddenly lightened. Within Lin Ming's inner world, the areas where those 9 Tao Palaces should be began to shine. The areas of the 7 unopened Tao Palaces actually began to faintly form 7 bright red rudimentary forms of Tao Palaces. These rudimentary Tao Palaces were ethereal and misty. After fusing together with the terrifying power of the Azura blood, they faintly brought with them the dreadful aura of the Azura laws. This rate of absorption continued for 3 days. During this period of time, Lin Ming's mind was extremely tense. Using the Azura heavenly Tao laws and the power of the stars, he guided the terrifying energy within the Azura blood to vitalize the 7 Tao Palaces within his body. Moreover, Lin Ming's battle spirit also continuously withstood a baptism of the Azura will, being tempered and enhanced without end. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's battle spirit became increasingly radiant, as it shined like blue-green jade. And within his body, the 7 rudimentary Tao Palaces became increasingly clear. Looking around, one could see a misty blood fog that contained a horrifying blood energy. When the last dregs of the Azura blood strength were absorbed, Lin Ming felt his entire body collapse downwards and his vision blur. His body gently trembled. Then, he lost consciousness as he slumped to the ground. After consuming his strength for 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Ming had completely overdrawn the power of his essence, energy, and divine, leaving him in a lethargic and nearly catatonic state. Now, he finally fell into a deep slumber. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. He propped himself upwards and looked at his hands and body. Those mystical curse seals that covered his body were already gone. However, they hadn't vanished and had instead hidden themselves within Lin Ming's flesh and blood. As long as Lin Ming summoned the power of Azura, these curse seals would be activated and reappear on Lin Ming's skin. Through these curse seals, Lin Ming could better utilize the power of the Azura laws and his combat strength would rise to another level. Lin Ming also returned to his original height and the scales on his body had vanished. Just from looking at his appearance, there wasn't any difference from before he had absorbed the Azura blood. But, Lin Ming knew that his strength had taken a comprehensive leap upward. Because Lin Ming had forcefully suppressed his cultivation, it had only risen by a small boundary, reaching the half-step Holy Lord realm. From the late Divine Lord realm to half-step Holy Lord, Lin Ming had only used several years. Although this speed was still too quick, it was only the difference of a small boundary. Wanting to make up for the damage to his foundation wouldn't be difficult at all. As for his battle spirit, beneath the baptism of the Azura will, it had finally broken through Blue Soul small success and reached Blue Soul large success, even approaching Blue Soul perfection. And above all that, Lin Ming's greatest harvest was the 9 Dao Palaces within his body. The Purple Temple and Heavenly Retribution Dao Palaces had been covered with a faint red light after being nourished by the Azura blood. They were like rubies soaked deep in blood. As for the other 7 Dao Palaces, only the rudimentary forms of the Dao Palaces had appeared, they hadn't truly opened. But in the future, if Lin Ming were to use medicines to open these Dao Palaces, it would actually be much easier, and when he opened them, the Dao Palaces would be that much more formidable. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stood up on his feet. He could feel a dreadful strength contained within his body, one that he wanted to hurry up and release. After absorbing the Azura blood, Lin Ming's strength had completed an evolution upwards. But, because such a terrifying strength had entered into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, inner world and 9 Dao Palaces, his body wasn't able to adapt to all of these changes anytime soon. This caused some disruptions in Lin Ming's aura. At the same time, it was mixed with the heretical God Force, Grand Mist Energy, Black Hole Aura, and the Azura Heavenly Dao Aura. If Lin Ming wanted to thoroughly master and unite all of these strengths together, the quickest method to do so would be to fight. In a high-intensity battle where he tempered his own combat strength, only then would all of these strengths fuse together. Thinking of this, a brilliant flaming fighting spirit burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. With large steps he walked forwards, heading towards the 4th level of the final trial. Chapter 1697, Black Dragon Spear. Chapter 1697, Black Dragon Spear. The sky was grey and dim, as if it had existed in a state of perpetual twilight since time immemorial. 9 dark blood-red suns hung high and hazy in the heavens, emitting a weak heat. One side of the earth was covered with blazing hot winds. The winds spun and howled, scorching the earth black. The ground was bare and desolate. Dark red peaks twisted in the distance within the heat, distorting like undulating flames in the wind. On another side of the earth, there was a world wrapped in snow and ice. The forests, mountain ranges, rivers, everything was covered with ice. This was a world of ice, a cold and gloomy yin chill that permeated everything. Burning heat and freezing cold, these two sides were clearly divided in this strange land even as they struggled with each other. It was a strange and marvelous sight. A cutting, slithering sound transmitted from deep within the fields of ice. On the distant horizon, a silver mountain-like outline appeared. Upon a closer look, one could see that this was an incomparably massive silver python rapidly snaking over the round. As it winded its way forwards, it smashed apart icebergs, leaving massive cracks in the ice sheets. And standing atop this silver python's head was the divine void third crown prince. His expression was still haughty and imperious, looking down at all with disdain. The only difference was that the dragon crown on his head was crooked and his clothes were stained with blood as if he had undergone a vast slaughter battle, and the process hadn't been easy either. Closely following behind the divine void crown prince were two people flying through the winds. One was Duke Full Moon and the other was a young man with thick muscles wrapped over his body and eyes that exploded with a sharp light. This other young man had deep scars crisscrossing his body that were tainted with some black energy, as if he had been struck by some mysterious curse strength. Duke Full Moon also didn't have his smiles of days past. One of his eyebrows had been ripped in half and his complexion was macabre. After stepping into the final trial's 4th level, the difficulty rose dramatically once more. Even a squad of outstanding martial artists would fall into perilous situations if they weren't careful. In these lands there were ghosts, evil races, and all sorts of monstrous beings, all of them having the terrifying strength of a world king and above. Thus, this was the reason why some trial challengers that passed the Gate of Laws had returned to the 3rd level even though they knew that the 4th level was abundant with lucky chances. They simply didn't dare to continue venturing deeper in this cursed land. Once they returned to the 3rd level, this meant that to them, the final trial had ended. As for Duke Full Moon and the Divine Void Crown Prince's squad, they were a union of power and power. Even so, after arriving on the 4th level, they had experienced cold and brutal battles. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, there is an unusual aura over there," Duke Full Moon said with some doubt as he looked at some place in the distance where ice and fire met together. In that area, he could feel a demonic aura that rose to the heavens. Standing beside the Crown Prince, a tall and burly young man took out a strange map that had been pieced together. The map illustrated a dense terrain covered with colored lines. This was a map of the final trial that was handed out by Divine Void Divine Kingdom. In truth, using this map as a reference point wasn't too useful, because the world of the 4th level was created by the elemental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each one of these elemental lands had rare treasures, and every now and then these elemental regions would shift and transform, migrating to other areas. Thus, each time this trial occurred there would be different dangers and different lucky chances. If they were to spend a great deal of time and effort piecing together a map now, at the next final trial that map would only be 20 to 30% usable. The tall and burly man frowned. He said, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, Duke Full Moon, the deeper we head into the 4th level the more dangers there will be. In the 4th level, our squad is already considered quite a ways in. In the battles just now we've experienced some struggles and have sustained some minor wounds. The area that Duke Full Moon mentions is even deeper in, and if we go there we might have to face greater dangers. The deeper one ventured into the 4th level, the more dangers there were. But correspondingly, the better the lucky chances were. In the middle of the 4th level, there had already been many squads that had members die because of the various dangers here. Many squads had reached the middle of the 4th level and stayed there, waiting for the entrance to the 5th level to open. In almost every case, the entrance to the 5th level would appear in the middle of the 4th level. As for everything past that, that was a land filled with treasures and lucky chances. However, there was killing intent spread through every inch of land. The strong could journey in, but the weak had to give up. In this final trial, there was only an extremely small number of squads that were willing to venture deep into the 4th level. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince, his squad was one of these. The Divine Void Crown Prince's complexion changed as he weighed the advantages and disadvantages. Riches and glory always came with danger. Lucky chances like this weren't common, so with such a lucky chance placed in front of him, how could he be willing to leave? After a moment of thought, the Divine Void Crown Prince gloomily said, "To cultivate the martial path is to struggle with the heavens at every step. Many people struggle to find lucky chances, and if there is a lucky chance placed in front of us and we do not try to grasp it, why do we still cultivate the martial path? Let's go and take a look." As the Divine Void Third Crown Prince spoke, a brilliant light shot out from his eyes. He gazed towards the direction where that massive aura was surging out from and pointed his hand outwards. The silver python beneath his feet was an intelligent creature and was able to feel the fluctuations in its master's thoughts. With a loud roar, a cloud-piercing, stone-cracking sound echoed through the world as it rapidly accelerated forwards, towards the area that the Divine Void Third Crown Prince indicated. As the silver python's massive form tore through the air, a sharp whistling sound howled out. Innumerable mountain peaks were crushed and an equal number of rivers were cut off beneath the silver python. Duke Fullmoon and the young man launched their movement techniques and followed close behind. The young man's name was Juku. Of the two of them, Duke Fullmoon was a world king and Juku was a half-step world king. However, Juku still possessed the combat strength of a world king. After a quarter hour passed, the silver python's speed slowed. They finally stopped in front of a pitch-black land that was cracked and scorched. A vast and irresistible aura transmitted from the space above this land. In the void, the powers of freezing cold and burning flames howled as they twisted around a mountain-sized jet-black rock shaped like a square. All around this rock were mysterious giant runes, floating and sparkling. As the divine Void Crown Prince stood high atop the silver python, he was just able to see that at the top of this massive square rock, at the very center, was a true dragon. This true dragon was pure black and only 10 feet long. The divine Void Crown Prince had never seen such a small true dragon before. Its body was covered with scales and it clawed at the void, roaring out as it did so. Its dark eyes flitted back and forth, as sharp and bright as lightning. A deep atmosphere of blood and death surrounded it. The divine Void Crown Prince was startled. Why was there a dragon here? The final trial mystic realm had existed for 10 billion years already. It was impossible for a black dragon to survive for such a long time. Moreover, this black dragon was only 10 feet long. It was simply unthinkable. Not only was the divine Void Crown Prince shocked, but Duke Fullmoon and Juku were equally dumbfounded. They glanced at each other and then back towards the black dragon. But as they looked again, the scene they saw was different. What black dragon was there? At the center of the black rock, it was clearly a black long spear that was stabbed into the rock. This spear was covered with a vast and pure demonic strength. The demonic strength gathered together, condensing into the phantom of a black dragon that danced in the air. This spear was 10 feet long and the dark spear shaft shined with an icy metallic luster. The spear head was stabbed into the center of the rock so it was impossible to see. But, even though it was stabbed into the black rock, one could still feel that it was incomparably sharp, as if it could tear apart all of space. Even from hundreds of thousands of feet away, one still felt as if the sharp point of the spear head was hanging above their head, ready to come falling down at any moment and grind one to dust. It was a feeling that left the heart racing. This is... The divine Void Crown Prince was shocked. Was the black dragon just now an illusion? Had they mistaken that dragon-shaped demonic energy for a black dragon? If one of them had seen incorrectly, then that might have been acceptable, but for all three of them to see the wrong thing, that was unusual. As the saying went, divine spear-like dragon. Could it be because this spear truly held the charm of a dragon, thus at first glance they had thought it to be a true dragon? This is a divine spear. I fear that its grade might surpass an Empyrean spirit treasure. The divine Void Third Crown Prince's pupils shrank and his breathing became a bit ragged and loud. Greed shined in his eyes. If Lin Ming were here, he would have instantly identified that this black spear was in fact extremely similar to the dragon spear that the Black Azura had held in the Gate of Laws. If so, then the significance of this spear was beyond extraordinary. Ha! To find this spear is your highness' great lucky chance as well as our great lucky chance. As Juku gripped the pieced-together map, all the muscles on his body began to bulge out. Duke Fullmoon also gulped. After all, he too was a spearmaster. However, he was well aware that with the divine Void Third Crown Prince standing right beside him, it wouldn't be his turn for such a good thing. Still, he could drink a little of the soup afterwards. And indeed, the Third Crown Prince said, "Don't worry, I will not take sole possession of this spear. After all, my weapon is not a spear. I will take this spear and gift it to our divine kingdom and we shall be rewarded with unimaginable riches." The divine Void Crown Prince was skilled in manipulating emotions and thoughts. He naturally wouldn't do something so stupid like betraying the heart of his subordinates. "Your Highness, allow me to fetch it," Juku eagerly said. "Be careful." The divine Void Third Crown Prince nodded. Juku suppressed the excitement in his heart and flew into the air. After moving forwards 1,000 feet, he remained high in the sky. Facing the black spear, he traced his spatial ring and took out 2 blood-red puppets. These puppets were created by a World King-level puppet master, and in the hands of a martial artist familiar with puppet techniques, they could display a strength at the late Divine Lord realm. In the final trial, a late Divine Lord puppet wasn't worth mentioning at all. It simply wasn't much use in battle. But using them for exploring the way was extremely useful. Dooku guessed that this black dragon spear wouldn't be easy to obtain. In order to grow up to the level he was at, he couldn't be an idiot. If he were to recklessly try to take such a great treasure, he might be sending himself into the jaws of death. To use puppets to explore the way first was the most appropriate plan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 puppets fired towards the black dragon spear, one right, one left. As the puppets approached the black dragon spear, the demonic energy gathered around the dragon spear became wild and violent. The demonic energy turned into a black dragon phantom that plunged towards the 2 puppets. In an instant, the 2 puppets were melted to nothing. Dooku was startled. He immediately took several steps back. Indeed, this spear wouldn't be easy to take. He had to find some other method to do so. As he was deep in thought trying to think of some other way, his complexion immediately changed. He watched blankly on as the terrifying demonic energy melted away the 2 puppets and then hurtled towards their puppet master like it had a mind of its own. Chapter 1698, Bloodthirsty Black Dragon. Chapter 1698, Bloodthirsty Black Dragon. This dragon-shaped black energy was able to determine and locate its true enemy. Dooku's complexion rapidly changed and he hurriedly drew backwards. However, that black dragon was far too fast. Although its body was only 10 feet long, it hurtled through the air like a bolt of black lightning, immediately overtaking Dooku. Dooku roared out loud and took out a heavy sword from his spatial ring, slashing down at the approaching black dragon phantom. Dooku's cultivation wasn't as high as Duke Fullmoon's, but in terms of talent he was slightly superior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain a spot in the final trial. As his heavy sword came slashing down, soul force gushed out like a tsunami. However, that black dragon phantom ignored all of this. It rushed into that sea of soul force and split it apart. Not only did the black dragon not collapse, but it instead swallowed up all of Dooku's strength. For a time, Dooku was scared out of his mind. He rapidly touched his spatial ring, taking out a black-red divine runic symbol, but the black dragon phantom was far too fast. Before Dooku could activate the divine runic symbol, it had already bitten him. Kai kai kai. The black dragon phantom turned into countless threads of bloody black energy. It drilled into Dooku's ears, nose, every single inch of Dooku's body. For some time, Dooku's body wildly shook as black energy filled him. His originally tall and vigorous body began to wither away. Dooku. Everything that occurred just now had happened in the blink of an eye. The divine void crown prince's complexion paled. He didn't dare to go forward. In this fearful pool, he didn't even dare to take a breath or turn around and escape, lest he alarm that terrifying black dragon. Damn it! The divine void crown prince clenched his jaws, but he was helpless to do anything. He could only hold his breath and restrain his aura to avoid being detected by the black dragon. After some time, a pile of broken bones, a husk of wrinkled skin, and a divine runic symbol that had just been taken out but not yet used began to scatter down from the air. Seeing this, Duke Fullmoon couldn't help but shiver. His palms were already slick with a cold sweat. Luckily he hadn't been the one to attempt taking the black spear, or his fate wouldn't have been much better. He was only a little stronger than Dooku, and there was an extremely limited number of things he could have done. As the black dragon phantom in the air ate up all of Dooku's essence energy and blood vitality, it began to appear increasingly lifelike. It roared out again and again, its cold and grim pupils flashing with a gluttonous light. It stared at the divine void third crown prince and Duke Fullmoon. Caught in the phantom's gaze, Duke Fullmoon and the divine void crown prince felt as if they had fallen into a sea of ice. Dooku had died and they had only been able to watch helplessly on, not being able to assist him and not being able to run away. With the speed of the black dragon phantom that they witnessed with their own eyes, even if they used all of their strength to leave, they still wouldn't even be 30% of its speed. They would be overtaken in the blink of an eye. What they feared the most was the black dragon phantom discovering them. And now, as the black dragon phantom looked at them, they both paled, their minds shaking. Even so, they didn't dare move a single step. After the black dragon phantom stared at the divine void crown prince and Duke Fullmoon for a quarter hour, leaving them both drenched with sweat, it turned tail and flew back to the giant rock, fusing back into the black dragon spear and disappearing from sight. It was only then that the divine void crown prince and Duke Fullmoon were able to let out a long breath of relief. It was like all the strength had left their limbs, leaving them wobbly and exhausted. Their clothes were also wet. This experience was no different from suffering through a grueling war. To them, this short quarter hour felt as long as an entire year. How terrifying! Duke Fullmoon said, his voice shaking as he spoke. When facing a threat of true and unavoidable death, a martial artist's response wasn't much better than that of a mortal. What a heavy demonic energy! I finally know how that demonic energy formed. Perhaps that black dragon phantom killed too many people and the hatred, resentment, and grievances of these victims gathered together, condensing into such a heavy demonic energy. That black dragon phantom might be an artifact spirit. When we first didn't see the dragon spear and saw the black dragon, that might not have been an illusion. It was just that in the brief split second, the black dragon had hidden itself in the spear, thus we had taken it as the dragon spear. This fellow might have intentionally hidden itself in the spear so that we would lower our guard and draw closer. It wants to use our blood and flesh as its food. What a clever beast. In these past years, who knows how many extraordinary elites have been killed by it, their blood nourishing it all this time. It must have consumed an incalculable amount of strength. But what is strange is that it has clearly discovered us, but even though it desires flesh and blood, it still doesn't attack us. There might be some rule or contract restricting it. For instance, it cannot provoke others on its own initiative unless it's been attacked first. Duke Fullmoon and the divine void crown prince were considered as people with strong wills. Although they were scared, pale and shaking just now, after the danger had passed they were able to quickly calm down and analyze the situation. What should we do? Give up? Duke Fullmoon stared at the black dragon spear. Although he wanted this spear, he also knew that he didn't possess the ability to wield it, much less be able to obtain it. He wouldn't be able to use many of the advantages from obtaining the spear, and obtaining it by himself was simply impossible. Lucky chances always had to be contrasted to their dangers. With this, Duke Fullmoon developed the thought of retreating. But the divine void crown prince actually licked his lips as if he were secretly considering something. Although he knew it would be tremendously dangerous, he still wasn't willing to give up like this. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. In the middle of the fourth level, two youths had just experienced a thrilling, soul-stirring escape from danger. Just then they had encountered a giant diamond ape. This giant diamond ape was a ridiculous monster. Even the combined all-out attacks of the two youths weren't able to injure its fur. As for the attacks of the giant diamond ape, just the aftermath alone was enough to shatter the two youths' protective true essence. Originally, for these two youths to encounter such a disastrous monster, in 10 encounters they would die 10 times with no hopes of survival. Luckily, the giant diamond ape wasn't the most intelligent of monsters. Just when the two had fallen into hopeless despair, they had used an illusion technique to deceive the giant diamond ape and thus escape this danger. After fleeing, their bodies had been drenched with a cold sweat and their hands and feet were feeling clammy. Big brother, we're lucky you were smart enough to simulate our appearances with an illusion and use that to lead the monster away. That thing is simply the most terrifying vicious beast I have ever seen, one of the two youths said as he raggedly gasped for breath. Second brother, now isn't the time to relax. The giant diamond ape will discover it has been tricked sooner or later, and when it does it will become enraged. With our speed, it definitely might be able to catch up to us. We should flee this land as soon as we can. As the two people were discussing fleeing, they looked at the boundless canopy of trees in front of them. These boundless giant trees pierced into the heavens, making them both feel strangely uncomfortable. These trees were all massive, and not even 20 to 30 people would be able to encircle them. The thick leaves layered over each other and a single leaf was the size of a bathtub. Originally, only a dim light filtered into this land, but walking into that forest would be the same as entering an utterly dark night. These two youths were a pair of genius brothers that came from an ancient martial family at the far east side of the Azura Road. They had experienced repeated life-or-death situations to finally arrive at this area in the 4th level. But they never imagined that just after escaping one danger, there would always be another perilous danger just waiting around the corner. Awoo! At this time, the roar of a vicious beast echoed out from the forest. This terrifying sound, joined together with a horrifying aura, washed out like an endless tidal wave. For a time, all of the nearby plants were sent flying away as the earth shook. The two youths were also sent tumbling away by this voice and aura. For a time their faces were paper white and they were at a loss for what to do. There was the giant diamond ape behind them and an unknown danger in front of them. This was truly a calamitous dilemma. Bang! From deep within the forest a terrifying explosion suddenly rang out, followed by the pained howls of giant beasts. It was like a thundercloud was rolling through the dense foliage. Waves of energy transmitted out from the distance, like a sun was exploding, emitting a blinding light as a torrential torrent of essence energy rocketed to the horizon. This strength was so great that the two youths felt a tingling feeling creep over their scalp and they nearly slumped to the ground. Big brother, in front of us, is probably something even more terrifying. The younger brother who spoke was already dripping wet with sweat. As he looked at the forest in front of him that not a single ray of light could penetrate, he felt weak at heart. Without a doubt, there was a brutal slaughter occurring within the depths of the forest. The two brothers were at a loss of what to do. After 10 breaths of time passed, the battle with the forest began to quiet down. Afterwards, a shadowy figure leapt out from the distant woods, impacting towards the heavens like a meteor. Then, as if this figure had discovered something, it suddenly switched directions in midair and hurtled towards the two brothers. With an explosive rumbling, this figure crashed in front of the two brothers. The earth beneath them started cracking apart like a spider's web. Dust scattered in all directions. An astonishing scent of blood filled the air, blasting into the noses of the two youths. In that moment, standing in front of the two brothers was a man-shaped monster that seemed to have dug its way out from the pits of hell. This monster stood tall and its hair hung loose. Its entire body was wet with dark red blood and black scales covered its body. These scales were absolutely not some kind of armor, but a part of its body. It was normally impossible for a person to appear like this. This man-shaped monster turned its head. Its two pupils were partly blocked by its loose hair, but even then they projected a horrifyingly sharp light. Looking at these two pupils, the two youths were frightened out of their wits. Without a doubt, they were absolutely no match for this man-shaped monster. This monster could kill them in but a mere instant. Just by standing here, they felt as if they would die soon, and at this time, the man-shaped monster actually didn't attack. Rather, its lips moved and it asked, "You two, do you know where there are stronger monsters?" The two youths were left dumbfounded. This monster could speak. Moreover, the way it spoke wasn't like a monster, it's a person. The younger brother cried out in alarm. As they realized this, they were both overjoyed. Looking carefully, they discovered that even though this person was bathed in blood and looked unbelievably fierce, and its body was also covered with scales like a monster's body might be, its face actually seemed quite familiar. After staring for several breaths of time, the two youths nearly fell over in surprise. This sword-sharp forehead, this swift and fierce look, as if his face were carved from sabers, this person was clearly. "Why were you?" The young brother stuttered, pointing at this man-shaped monster, Lin Ming. The two of them never would have imagined that this man-shaped monster was Lin Ming. Chapter 1699, Venturing Deeper into the 4th Level. Chapter 1699, Venturing Deeper into the 4th Level. These two brothers didn't recognize Lin Ming at the start. With a martial artist's senses, it would normally be impossible for them to make such a foolish mistake if they looked carefully. But at this time, Lin Ming's entire body was covered with scales and he was half a foot higher. His hair was thick and wild, like a savage born from the jungle. Moreover, the scales around his body were dyed red with blood and his clothes had been torn to unrecognizable bits. It was impossible for one to see a trial challenger here, Rather, all one could think of was an Azura demon from hell. Before, these two brothers were already scared silly by the giant diamond ape, and as they saw this Death Star appear before them, all they could think was it's over, it's over, it's all over, we're all dead here. It was only when they realized this monster was Lin Ming that they relaxed a little. Even so, the shock in their hearts didn't dim in the least. If they weren't wrong, then the one that had been in that dreadful fight in the forest was Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at these two speechless ancient martial family geniuses. His voice was low as he asked, "Where are stronger monsters?" The two youths were stunned, not immediately answering. They had just been sent scurrying about by monsters, and now Lin Ming was asking them where to find stronger ones. What was he planning on doing? Lin Ming frowned a little. Now that he entered the 4th level, he not only sought treasures here but also to temper and gain experience. In the star-like immortal palace, Lin Ming had absorbed the drop of Azura blood. But because the strength contained within the Azura blood was excessively huge, he had been forced to divert it into the 9 Dao palaces. This meant that the astral essence, spirit essence, and true essence within Lin Ming's body were affected and their equilibrium was in disorder. Even the heretical God Force, Grand Mist energy, Black Hole energy and Azura heavenly Dao laws within him had been affected, all of them becoming slightly restless. With so many chaotic energies swirling within him, Lin Ming needed to straighten them out and have them fuse with his body. And, the best method to do so was to fight. Fight without end. Thus, in the 4th level, while the other geniuses here were diligently searching for treasures and avoiding all the various monsters and dangers, Lin Ming was different. To him, this 4th level was a training zone. He searched for monsters on his own initiative and fought them. Not only was he adjusting the strengths within his body, but he was also honing the combat skills and fighting spirit from the Azura blood. Lin Ming had spent far too long in the star-like immortal palace. He hadn't been in the 4th level for long, and when he first appeared, all that was around him was an endless forest. There was a considerable number of monsters in this forest, but after a massacre that lasted for a full day and night, Lin Ming felt that although there was a high quantity of monsters here, their quality and strength were lacking. This wasn't enough to satisfy him. In particular, after he stimulated the strength of the Azura blood, these monsters weren't even able to withstand 3 of his moves. Thus, when he discovered these 2 trial challengers, he dropped in front of them to ask where there were stronger monsters. At this time, there was a loud rumbling sound on the distant horizon. Soon, an over 60-foot tall giant diamond ape hurtled towards the 3 young men. This ape was like a madly rushing ox, its speed reaching unbelievable velocities. At first it was on the horizon, but in just the blink of an eye it was within 1,000 feet of the group. In that moment, the 2 martial family youths both paled. GGG giant diamond ape. It's found us. Shit. This is bad, we must scatter. The 2 youths shouted. But before they could even respond, beside them, the devil-like Lin Ming that was thick with the smell of blood suddenly moved. A brilliant fighting spirit ignited in his eyes and his figure flashed, leaving the 2 youths behind in a cloud of dust. Like a meteor rising into the sky, he shot straight towards that giant diamond ape. The 2 youths were left dumbfounded. They even forgot about escaping. In their experience, this giant diamond ape had a simply unimaginable strength. Yet, Lin Ming was hurtling towards it. They didn't doubt that Lin Ming was some sort of freakish genius that could instantly kill them, but facing this giant diamond ape that didn't seem to possess any weakness at all, could Lin Ming really do anything? Bang! A massive impact force burst out from the collision of ape and man. A blinding divine light burst out like a sharp sword, piercing into the heavens. The giant diamond ape released a pained roar. Its chest had been punched by Lin Ming, leaving behind a deep hollow. One of its ribs had been forcefully smashed apart by Lin Ming's fist. Fist. The 2 youths gulped, their throats twitching. They knew that Lin Ming's weapon of choice was a spear, but when facing this giant diamond ape that hadn't been injured by their all-out attacks, Lin Ming had only needed to use a fist to wound it. Was he planning on fighting the giant diamond ape in hand-to-hand combat? Roar, roar, roar. The giant diamond ape was in rage. This rage had come from being injured by a mere little human. The wound had been a provocation of its might and dignity. The giant diamond ape grabbed at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming's speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. His figure flashed and he immediately vanished from the giant diamond ape's reach. In the next moment, Lin Ming's right foot landed atop the giant diamond ape's long arm. Then, using this ape's arm as a foothold, Lin Ming shot towards the giant diamond ape's head. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ming punched out again and again, smashing at the giant diamond ape. His fists tore through the void and cracked open the earth. Each fist contained an unimaginable strength. The power of thunder and fire, the power of heavenly tribulation, 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Grand Mist laws, Azura heavenly Tao. All of these different strengths sparked atop Lin Ming's fists. In the fierce barrage of attacks, all of these strengths began slowly fusing together. In this close melee combat, every strike was like the strike of a forging hammer, hammering at the different strengths within Lin Ming's body, allowing him to comprehensively master and understand them. Without using weapons, allowing the feel of every strike to vibrate through his flesh and bones, this method of tempering in allowing Lin Ming's body to directly accept the impact was far better. For a time, energy wildly surged out. The roar of thunder filled the air as blood energy shot through the skies. 1,000 feet away, the two youths' jaws dropped open as they saw this earth-shaking battle. Their minds trembled and their bodies shook. This was far too terrifying. This simply wasn't a strength that a human should have. Without using a weapon, Lin Ming was fighting the giant diamond ape in a hand-to-hand melee. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The speed of Lin Ming's fist strikes reached the limit. Even so, the giant diamond ape had a horrifying defensive power. Although Lin Ming's fists contained the strength of several dragons, he still couldn't fatally injure the beast. But with fist after fist accumulating, the internal organs of the giant diamond ape, including its blood vessels, fascia, everything began to develop heavy internal injuries. However, in such close-range melee, no matter how fast or nimble Lin Ming was, he was unable to completely avoid all of the giant diamond ape's attacks. Lin Ming punched at the giant diamond ape's eyelids, smashing in one of its eyes. The giant diamond ape suddenly roared out loud and brought a hand crashing down on Lin Ming's back. Catcher! With a loud explosive sound, the black scales on Lin Ming's back solidly withstood this strike. This horrifying impact force was like being struck by a planet. Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, crashing through and snapping several dozen old trees. Finally, with a thunderous sound, he crashed into the ground, sending endless plumes of rock and dirt splashing upwards. This. The two ancient martial family juniors were left in a daze, unable to come up with any words. To have one's body be directly struck by the giant diamond ape, what sort of concept was that? Perhaps even a Saint World King powerhouse would be split in half by the attack. Just as this thought flashed in their minds, before they could decide whether or not they should continue fleeing, there was a stir in the wreckage. In the area where Lin Ming landed, there was a loud eruption of chaos as a blood-drenched Lin Ming leapt upwards from the cracked earth like a wild tiger. Many of the scales on his back had broken apart, but they didn't completely shatter. Rivulets of blood began leaking out from between the scales. These scales were far beyond any normal armor. The scales were engraved with runes of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. As an impact force spread through the layers of scales, it would be rapidly reduced. Then, when the impact force reached Lin Ming's true body, it wouldn't have enough strength to truly wound his organs and meridians. As the giant diamond ape saw this, fear finally began to fill its eyes. It roared at Lin Ming, wanting to intimidate, but Lin Ming was unmoved. One step at a time, Lin Ming moved forwards. The giant diamond ape retreated again and again, terrified. Finally, it wasn't able to withstand the dreadful pressure rolling off of Lin Ming. To the shock of the two ancient martial family geniuses, the beast turned tail and fled. It's running away. The giant diamond ape, an ancient vicious beast, was actually forced to run away by Lin Ming's fist. The two youths were inexplicably shocked. But at this moment, Lin Ming stepped forwards and chased after the beast. Although the giant diamond ape wasn't the smartest of beasts, it possessed an amazingly fast movement speed. However, when compared to Lin Ming, it was simply far too slow. In just several breaths of time, the beast had been overtaken by Lin Ming. On the distant horizon, another brutal fight began. Lin Ming still didn't use a weapon. The giant diamond ape howled out mournfully again and again. Lin Ming's fists struck solid flesh again and again. Finally, too many internal injuries had accumulated. The giant diamond ape vomited out a mouthful of blood that was awash with bits and pieces of organs. After countless punches by Lin Ming, the giant diamond ape that was as large as an iron tower was struck dead, all of its organs having been burst apart. It keeled over to the ground. Lin Ming stood on the corpse of the giant diamond ape and pulled out the monster crystal from within its body, placing it into his spatial ring. Then, he slowly walked away. As the two ancient martial family youths saw the entirely bloodstained Lin Ming walking over to them, they felt all of their courage shatter. It was hard for them to withstand the terrifying pressure released by Lin Ming. This was because the infernal energy swirling around Lin Ming's body was too heavy. In addition to the power of the Grand Mist laws, Azura heavenly Tao, and heretical god force that lingered around him, these invisible energies created an intangible force field with him at the center. If a normal martial artist were to stand in the range of this force field, they would find it difficult to withstand. Even these outstanding trial challengers from ancient martial families weren't an exception. Where are stronger monsters? This was the third time Lin Ming had asked this question. The two youths felt their arms trembling. They had already confirmed that this freak Lin Ming had come to the 4th level to fight. His main purpose here was not to seek treasures, but to fight. He was no different from a madman. Deeper in. The deeper you venture into the 4th level, the stronger the monsters will be. In the 4th level, the deeper it is, the more lucky chances there are, but the dangers will also be correspondingly greater. In the 4th level, besides the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame squads, there are not many other squads that are willing to go so deep. The older of the two martial artists haltingly said as he pointed towards a direction. That direction he pointed in led deeper into the 4th level. Chapter 1700, Plot. Chapter 1700, Plot. At the 3rd level of the final trial, when a martial artist received their reward, they would be teleported alone to the 4th level. But, those that received the same level of rewards took around the same amount of time to do so, thus they entered the 4th level at nearly the same time. Even if they were transmitted to random locations, they could still quickly find one or two of their companions to form temporary squads. However, for Lin Ming, because he had spent too much time on the Bluestone Road, he arrived much later than everyone else. By this time, many people had already been fighting for several days. Deeper into the 4th level. I understand. Lin Ming nodded at the two youths and turned around, slowly heading deeper into the 4th level. Strong winds howled and the scent of blood filled the world. As he sped forwards, his back was as straight as a spear, standing proudly upon this desolate wasteland, filled with a heroic and daring momentum. The 9 suns in the skies slowly fell down beyond the horizon, signaling the approach of night. Lin Ming was like a death god wandering the night. Whether it was the forests, wilderness, or glacier, he advanced in a straight line. No matter what monsters, evil races, or demonic beings came at him, he didn't use his spear but fought them with his hand. Like this, Lin Ming crossed past the middle of the 4th level and continued towards the back. This was a black and red swamp. In the night, the swamp emitted a misty black fog which contained the rotting aura of peerless powerhouses and desolate ancient vicious beasts that had perished here. If a lower-level martial artist were to breathe in the gas here, all the flesh of their body would melt away. Within this terrifying black fog, a massive number of cruel and vile spirits and ghosts would be born. To a trial challenger, this was a danger zone amongst danger zones. If a common squad were to arrive here, they would have turned tail and fled. But Lin Ming actually walked directly into this land. Kai. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of an Azura appeared. This Azura held a massive wheel in his hands, and spinning above this wheel were countless phantoms of suffering demons. This was the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. The Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel rose up into the air, revolving and forming a giant vortex. A tremendous amount of the black fog was sucked into the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel and refined into pure energy. Woo tilde. The ear-piercing howls of malevolent spirits rose up through the world. Because Lin Ming was recklessly swallowing up the black fog in this swamp, he had aroused the evil spirits here. Ghostly purple flames flickered as spectral beings appeared in front of Lin Ming. A giant python corpse brought its giant head up from the rancid swamp mud. Its gaping maw emitted black gas that could melt away divine iron. Seeing this, Lin Ming simply smiled. These ghosts and spirits deep in the 4th level didn't leave him disappointed. Whether it was in numbers or strength, they far surpassed the evil beings that lived in the periphery of the 4th level. With an explosive roar, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. Power erupted from his body and the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation came pouring out, sparkling. Whether it was thunder or fire, they were the nemesis of ghosts. Lin Ming wrapped himself in thunder and flames and hurtled towards these spectral spirit. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying explosion of air surged out. Flames ascended, arcs of thunder twisted about. Each and every ghost was pierced through by Lin Ming's thunder and fire, turned to ash and sent scattering into the wind. A terrifying strength exploded in the air. The corpse python howled as its decayed body was rapidly swallowed up by the power of heavenly Tao Judgment's thunder and fire. Whoosh! With a light sound, a piece of information thrust into Lin Ming's mind. A thought appeared in Lin Ming's consciousness: 4th level, completion, max. He had completed the 4th level to the maximum possible. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. As he slaughtered his way through the 4th level, he hadn't been paying attention to the growth of his completion rate. When Lin Ming first passed the Azura level gate of laws, his completion rate had reached 45%. As for the 3rd level, there were only rewards there. Lin Ming's completion rate hadn't increased. And now, in the 4th level, Lin Ming's completion rate rose by 15%, reaching all the way to 60%. This number was already the maximum allowed. No matter how many more monsters he killed, this number wouldn't increase. However, Lin Ming didn't bother with this. The reason he came to the 4th floor was to slaughter as many enemies as possible to temper himself, not for completion percentage. Kill. Kill everything. Kill. 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 Lin Ming wildly laughed and broke into the crowds of monsters and ghosts, his fists sweeping out. Thunder and fire howled around him as he killed 10 ghosts in a single step. As Lin Ming was crazily fighting and tempering himself, deep in the 4th level, beneath the icy cold skies, the divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Fullmoon had come to a pause. They didn't approach the black rock in front of them, nor did they dare approach the black dragon spear. But, to leave just like this wasn't something they were willing to do. Your Highness, there are only a dozen or so more days until the channel to the 5th level opens. We must find a solution as soon as possible or give up on the dragon spear. Duke Fullmoon explained. In truth, he had already given birth to the thought of retreating. Even if he helped in obtaining the black dragon spear, the advantages he would obtain would be limited. It was better to give up on this futile quest and save his own life. The divine Void Crown Prince's complexion darkened. The 4th level was shaped like a massive rectangle. The trial challenges started on one end, and the further they went towards the other end, the deeper into the 4th level they would go and the greater the risks would be. Generally speaking, the passage from the 4th level to the 5th level would always appear around the middle of this rectangle. In other words, as long as one arrived at the middle of the 4th level, they would be able to enter the 5th level. Once the channel to the 5th level opened, it would also take time to turn around and arrive at the middle. Moreover, they had to kill a sufficient number of monsters in order to obtain the max completion percentage here. Up until now they had only slain 60% of the required monsters. They weren't as fierce as Lin Ming, who was wildly killing his way through this level. Rather, they had to be selective in choosing their enemies and avoid the terrifying fellows that lurked here. As the divine Void Crown Prince was lost in a dilemma, he heard a whistling sound come from the distance. He looked up, his guard raised, to see a brilliant flame approaching from the far-off horizon. This flame blotted out the skies. In the center of these flames, a fat youth in bright yellow imperial robes was sitting on a firebird, flying over towards them. And behind this fat youth was a young warrior covered in silver armor that radiated a dazzling light, as if his armor had been encrusted with stars. This warrior hurtled through the sky, the air rippling around him. Visible ripples followed him in the air, clearly demonstrating his formidable strength. Big Flame. The divine Void Crown Prince's eyes filled with disgust. At this time this tubby fellow had actually come here. Really, enemies crossed paths far too often. However, this was also well within reason. Out of all the squads in the 4th level, there was only an extremely small number of trial challengers that had the courage to venture this far. Big Flame's group was one such squad. Thus, bumping into him here wasn't a coincidence at all. Suddenly, a ruthless hostility flashed through the divine Void Crown Prince's mind. He extracted his weapon, killing intent surging out from him as he faced Big Flame. He said to Duke Full Moon with a sound transmission, "Full Moon, follow me and put on a good play." Duke Full Moon immediately understood what was happening and extracted his weapon. The two people turned towards Big Flame, one left one right, as if they were guarding the Black Dragon Spear behind them. As they faced the disciples of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's Divine Sovereign as well as that amazingly strong silver-armored warrior, it seemed as if they were ready to fight at any moment. "What? You want to fight?" Seeing Duke Full Moon and the Divine Void Crown Prince be so vigilant, Big Flame happily smiled. "There's no need to be so tense, we're just a little bit disharmonious, right? There's no need to fight as soon as we see each other. You should know that our two sides have similar strength. If we fight, it won't be good for anyone." Big Flame sneered. But at this time he caught sight of the massive black rock behind Duke Full Moon and the Divine Void Crown Prince, as well as the black dragon at the top of the rock. Dragon? Big Flame was shocked. However, he immediately shook his head. "No, that's not right. That's a dragon spear. Ha ha ha. That is a treasure surpassing the level of an Empyrean spirit treasure. We've really struck a big lucky chance this time." Seeing this dragon spear, Big Flame's eyes shone with a greedy light. As Big Flame flanked the Divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Full Moon who had raised their weapons, he said, "No wonder they're being so vigilant. So it's because there is a treasure here. Big Flame, this black dragon spear is already mine. You had best get out of my way," the Divine Void Crown Prince icily said as he stared at Big Flame. Big Flame didn't even bother looking at the Divine Void Crown Prince. His burning gaze was locked onto the black dragon spear, his emotions bubbling over with excitement. When he entered the 4th level his group had searched for lucky chances everywhere. But up until now, they had only picked up some medicinal herbs that weren't too precious as well as several remnant pieces of ancient cultivation methods. These harvests weren't enough to satisfy Big Flame. It wasn't until he ventured deep into the 4th level that he was attracted by a vast and terrifying aura. Thus, he arrived here only to discover that the Divine Void Third Crown Prince and Duke Full Moon had already arrived a step early. "You two should be the ones getting out of my way. That treasures is mine and mine alone." Big Flame's chubby face stretched as he smiled. Then, he took out a blood-red saber from his spatial ring and slashed it out. A great saber light filled the air, covering Duke Full Moon and the Third Crown Prince. At the same time, Big Flame launched a movement technique. His round body was unexpectedly fast, as speedy as a bolt of lightning. As Duke Full Moon and the Third Crown Prince were covered in his saber light, he swooped down to grab the black dragon spear. His speed was incredibly fast. Just as he was about to step onto the black rock, a vague restless nervousness appeared in his heart. Strange, something was wrong here. This treasure, could it really be obtained so easily? Could the Divine Void Crown Prince have deliberately allowed him to take it? At this time, Big Flame suddenly caught sight of something from the corners of his eyes. There, at the wasteland below him, was the withered corpse of someone. This person's face was already mutilated to the point of being indescribable, but what was abundantly clear was that this withered skin bag of bones was new. This person had just died here. Big Flame immediately felt that the situation was dire. As the most favored direct disciple of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's Divine Sovereign, Big Flame was no fool. He forcefully stopped himself in midair and hastily drew backward. In the blink of an eye, Big Flame had returned to his original position. He hadn't alarmed the black dragon spear, but his forehead was dripping with a cold sweat. Just now he had taken a trip to the gate of death. Big Flame sneered, his eyes filling with murderous intent as he looked towards the Divine Void Crown Prince. Hehe, what a clever plan you had. The Divine Void Crown Prince shrugged. It seems you aren't as dumb as I thought. You were actually able to see through my plans. What a pity. The Divine Void Crown Prince didn't care about Big Flame. He just didn't think that Big Flame would find a clue in the crucial moment and escape this calamity. Big Flame savagely grinned. What use is there in harming me? You probably couldn't take the dragon spear yourself. On the contrary. As Big Flame spoke to hear, he sensed something and turned around. On the far-off horizon, there was another swift and fierce aura rapidly approaching. How interesting. It seems someone else has arrived. Chapter 1701, Trap. Chapter 1701, Trap. A horrifying sonic boom rolled through the air. This person was coming at an astonishing speed. At first he was far off in the horizon, but in a mere instant he had arrived within several tens of thousands of feet from the group. As the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame saw this person, they were both left stunned. This person was bathed in blood and had killing intent brimming from his head to his toes. Even so, they were able to immediately recognize that this person was Lin Ming. Lin Ming. So it was him. The Divine Void Crown Prince's complexion was grim and gloomy. He wouldn't bear any contempt towards Lin Ming because of his cultivation. Just because Lin Ming had perfectly passed the Azura level gate of laws, this alone caused the Divine Void Crown Prince to feel a deep sense of fear towards her. This little beast. Duke Full Moon clenched his jaws. He hated Lin Ming to the extreme. The Divine Void Crown Prince's thoughts stirred and he immediately recovered Dooku's withered corpse from above the black rock. Big Flame saw this happen from the corner of his eyes. He coldly sneered, "What, you think you can trick Lin Ming just by hiding that corpse? You think he would fall for something like that?" A strange light flashed in the Divine Void Crown Prince's eyes and he savagely smiled. This Lin Ming has a great destiny upon his body and entered that planet-sized immortal palace. It's hard to imagine just what rewards he obtained within. Aren't you interested in finding out? If we can draw support from this spear to bring him down, then everything he has will be ours. At that time, even if we can't obtain the Black Dragon Spear, just the treasures on Lin Ming's body will be a great harvest. The Divine Void Crown Prince's words caused a greedy light to shine in Big Flame's eyes. Indeed, the rewards within the planet-sized immortal palace were a mystery. Just what was inside that immortal palace? They couldn't imagine just what the scene inside was even in their dreams. In the legends, no one had been able to enter that immortal palace for billions of years. But Lin Ming was able to enter. Just thinking this sent Big Flame reeling in jealousy. It was definitely a top treasure left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. If the reward from the planet-sized immortal palace was some cultivation method jade slip, magic tool, spirit treasure, or something like that, then they could take it for themselves after killing Lin Ming. If it was a pill, then Lin Ming might not have been able to eat it up due to the limits of his cultivation. If so, they could wrest away that also. Even if it were something like comprehensions or martial intents that they couldn't obtain from Lin Ming's corpse, that didn't matter. This was because once Lin Ming died, they would be able to obtain all other treasures on his body. With Lin Ming's young age and yet possessing such an abnormal degree of strength, it was highly likely there were many secrets on his body. Thinking of this, everyone felt their hearts burn with covetousness. They looked at each other and immediately formed a united front. As for Duke Full Moon, he only wished he could loudly applaud the Divine Void Crown Prince's suggestion. Although he didn't have much confidence facing Lin Ming alone, this Black Spear's evil nature was simply far too outlandish. Duke Full Moon didn't believe that Lin Ming had the ability to tame this demonic spear. At that time, Lin Ming might end up meeting the same fate as Dooku. His flesh and blood would be swallowed up and he would end up as a pile of skin and bones. Imagining Lin Ming's tragic and horrible death, Duke Full Moon felt overjoyed. As for Big Flame and the silver-armored warrior behind him, they were incomparably envious towards this Lin Ming who they had considered nothing but an ant beneath their feet earlier. If they could kill him, they would all be happy. As this time, Lin Ming also discovered the Divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, and the others. In particular, that Duke Full Moon. This fellow was simply a ghost that wouldn't stop haunting him. Lin Ming had already developed thoughts of killing him. Millimeter? That is, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His gaze locked onto the black rock behind the divine void crown prince. On this giant black rock there was a dragon spear, its demonic energy so pure and dense that it caused Lin Ming's pupils to shrink. The dragon spear that the Black Azura held. Lin Ming certainly recalled that within the Gate of Laws and on the Bluestone Road, the Black Azura had held a dragon spear, one exactly like this dragon spear in front of her. Lin Ming couldn't confirm whether or not this dragon spear had once been one of the Azura Roadmaster's weapons. But no matter what he thought about it, out of all the weapons Lin Ming had ever seen in his life, this black dragon spear was the highest ranked one. For a time, Lin Ming's thoughts blazed for this spear. He earnestly desired this spear. But Lin Ming didn't immediately do anything. He had also been watching the actions of Duke Fullmoon, the divine void crown prince, and the others from the corner of his eye. These people had clearly already discovered the black dragon spear, and yet they were wandering around the periphery, just over 10,000 feet away, seemingly without any intentions of taking the spear away. This left Lin Ming with deep suspicions as to what was happening. He focused his mind, revolving the Azura heavenly Tao laws in his heart and overlapping them with what he saw in front of him. To his shock, he discovered that in the grey demonic energy swirling around the black dragon spear, there was a massive number of dead spirits contained within. These dead spirits possessed a strong vengeful atmosphere and infernal energy. It was clear that they had once been peerless geniuses before their deaths, but after they had been struck down by the black dragon spear, their souls were imprisoned within the demonic energy, forever unable to leave. This sort of situation was similar to the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. A light lit up Lin Ming's mind. The Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel could imprison the souls of powerhouses and absorb their will and energy. And the scene in front of him was simply like the black dragon spear had condensed its own Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. After swallowing up the blood essence, souls, and force fields left behind by these peerless masters, it had condensed these energies together, creating a near-tangible essence that became a powerful attack method of the black dragon spear. Like how Lin Ming could use the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel to slay his enemies, the black dragon spear could use this demonic energy it condensed to kill its enemies. Could this demonic spear have a mind of its own and have managed to cultivate the Azura heavenly Tao? Realizing this, Lin Ming's thoughts turned cold. A top-grade spirit treasure had its own artifact spirit, and it wasn't strange for an artifact spirit to have its own consciousness. But for this artifact spirit to be able to cultivate on its own, that was a bit astonishing. For some reason, Lin Ming felt that the demonic energy around this spear was too heavy, it was far too evil. This caused Lin Ming to raise his guard. He didn't take another step forwards. This brat isn't coming over. Duke Fullmoon frowned. He didn't think it would be easy to fool Lin Ming, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would be cautious to such a degree. With the treasure right in front of him, he actually stood several tens of thousands of feet away. If so, then wanting to borrow the strength of the black dragon spear to kill him would be difficult. Haha, why if it isn't Sir Lin? The divine void crown prince suddenly heartily laughed. From tens of thousands of feet away, he cupped his fists together and slightly bowed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the divine void crown prince and sneered, saying, "Do we know each other very well?" Lin Ming's words weren't polite. In life or death situations within these danger zones, even fellow disciples from the same sect would be plotting against each other, ready to stab each other in the back if necessary. Here, Lin Ming wasn't even on friendly terms with these people, and it was likely everyone here wished they could place each other in a death trap and seize treasures from the corpses. In this situation, Lin Ming was disinclined to listen to the long-winded prattling and lies of this divine void crown prince. However, the divine void crown prince seemed to care little about Lin Ming's mocking tone. He smiled and said, "Sir Lin, you seem to have some misunderstanding. People aren't friends at the start, but don't they slowly get to know each other? I have a great deal of admiration towards Sir Lin's talent." Lin Ming didn't speak, allowing the divine void crown prince to say what he wanted. "Sir Lin, let me be honest with you. I truly desire to be friends with you. Honest people don't need to speak in riddles. We are all intelligent people here. As you know, I am a crown prince of the divine void divine kingdom, but what you may not know is that there are 7 people with the title of crown prince in the divine void divine kingdom. Moreover, in the future, This number may even increase. Between the current 7 crown princes, the competition is already extremely brutal. Although I have some advantages, they aren't too obvious. I very much hope to make friends with some heroes, and if I could win the support of Brother Lin, then my future road will surely be far smoother. The Divine Void Crown Prince spoke at a moderate pace. His words seemed fair and reasonable, and even the way he referred to Lin Ming had changed, becoming Brother Lin. And Lin Ming said without any expression. It was impossible to tell whether he believed these words or not. Haha. Brother Lin is frank and to the point. I like it. I certainly wouldn't ask Brother Lin to help without offering anything in return. The Divine Void Divine Kingdom has rich resources, and I am positive that Brother Lin will find something that interests you. Moreover, even now there is a lucky chance right before us. Brother Lin, aren't you interested in the Black Dragon Spear behind me? The Divine Void Crown Prince spoke with a happy smile on his face. Without even thinking about it, it was obvious that a spear master like Lin Ming would be tempted by this Black Dragon Spear. Lin Ming remained silent. At this time, Big Flame laughed. Third Crown Prince, your plan is quite meticulous. Are you planning on obtaining someone's favor with something that even you cannot obtain? If you could have taken that spear, then why would you have needed to wait until now? The Divine Void Crown Prince still had a smile on his face. It's true, I cannot take this spear. But, if I had Brother Lin's help in addition to Brother Big Flame's help, then there is a possibility of success. Oh, then what's your plan? Big Flame asked. The Divine Void Crown Prince thought for a moment and then said, the danger of this spear lies in the demonic energy that covers the spear body. It can turn into a black dragon that can swallow the blood and essence energy of a martial artist. But, there is only a single black dragon. As long as this black dragon can be distracted, then one can naturally obtain the spear. Now, if our 3 sides cooperate, we can have 2 sides block the black dragon while the third takes the spear. I know that Brother Lin doesn't believe me, so how about I and Brother Big Flame distract the black dragon while Brother Lin takes the spear? As the Divine Void Crown Prince spoke, Big Flame's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to object but held himself back. He didn't know what the Divine Void Crown Prince was planning, but he knew that the Divine Void Crown Prince was targeting Lin Ming. If so, then he would certainly join forces with the Crown Prince. However, his only fear was that the Divine Void Crown Prince would also find some way to harm him. He couldn't help but be vigilant about this. Oh! Lin Ming faintly smiled. The Divine Void Crown Prince's plan was highly advantageous to him. What is the specific plan for implementing all of this? The Divine Void Crown Prince said, simple. First we will lure out the black dragon. However, this black dragon phantom is far too strong. No matter who tries to lure it out, they will be in tremendous danger. Thus, the safest method is to use a puppet. Brother Lin comes from the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and there are surely many refining masters there, so Brother Lin should have some high-grade puppets, right? I do. Lin Ming nodded. Then there's no problem. With these high-grade puppets and Brother Lin's famed divine runic symbols, we should be able to keep off the black dragon's first attack. Then, we can help stand in front of Brother Lin and lay down a grand array formation to intercept the black dragon. As the Divine Void Crown Prince spoke, he flew towards the black dragon's spear and floated on the edge of the black rock. Indeed, the area where he stood would be in front of Lin Ming and also within the path that the black dragon would have to take. However, Big Flame felt weak at heart. For a time, he didn't dare to follow. No matter how he saw it, the position that the Divine Void Crown Prince chose was extremely dangerous. The Divine Void Crown Prince turned to look at Big Flame, a little smug smile on his face. He said, Brother Big Flame, do you not dare to come over? A lucky chance is placed right in front of you, so why are you timidly dawdling over there? Chapter 1702, Demonic Energy Force Field. Chapter 1702, Demonic Energy Force Field. Big Flame frowned, not sure just what type of snake medicine that Divine Void Crown Prince was trying to sell. In the current situation, Lin Ming, who was farthest away from the Black Dragon Spear, was in the safest position. Of course, Big Flame was fully aware that the Divine Void Crown Prince was trying to trap Lin Ming. The only question was just what the divine Void Crown Prince's plan was. Looking at where he was currently standing, if he neared the Black Dragon Spear any more and aroused the dragon soul within, they would definitely bear the brunt of the damage. Big Flame maintained a calm expression and slowly flew forwards with the silver-armored warrior. He maintained absolute vigilance as he did so. At this time, the divine Void Crown Prince was already beginning to lay down a great array formation. He was gambling that the Black Dragon Spear would only attack those that recklessly tried to take it away. This was how Dooku had died. As for the divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Fullmoon, who were standing not too far away, they had been left completely safe. Looking at the Black Dragon Spear in the distance, the divine Void Crown Prince also felt a little weak at heart. He had no way to predict if something would randomly occur. He was putting his full effort into laying down this grand array formation. And indeed, his every action was meticulous because this array formation was also to save his life. Beside him, Duke Fullmoon was also helping. "Your Highness, will Lin Ming help?" Duke Fullmoon asked, his voice lacking confidence. He always felt that Lin Ming was a bit strange and unpredictable. "If he does, we will turn and run and then profit from the aftermath. If he doesn't, then we'll need to further consider our plans," the divine Void Crown Prince said, his eyes not leaving the Black Dragon Spear. With this array formation supporting them, it wasn't like they wouldn't have the ability to resist the Black Dragon Spear. If some accident occurred, they would still be able to survive for some time. Beside them, Big Flame and the silver-armored warrior also pitched in to help. All sorts of divine runic symbols, array discs, and other treasures were brought forth like they didn't cost money at all. As the two sides were busy at work, Lin Ming floated behind them. His gaze was deep and heavy. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. As the array formation was finished, the divine Void Crown Prince turned to look at Lin Ming, saying, "Brother Lin, we're prepared. Please take out your puppets." "Puppets?" Lin Ming smiled, still not moving. Now, with three sides here, each side could be said to be plotting their own plans. Lin Ming also had his own intentions here. He was trying to calculate if he were to suddenly sneak attack the divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, Duke Fullmoon, and the silver-armored warrior, just what his chances would be of killing them all off. From the start, Lin Ming didn't plan on cooperating with them to take the spear. He wanted to kill them all off and then take the spear by himself. If so, then even if the dragon spear attacked him, Lin Ming could use up every method at his disposal to subdue the dragon spear and wouldn't need to worry about someone ambushing him from behind. However, even if Lin Ming tried his best, wanting to kill everyone here wasn't possible. As long as the four of them scattered in different directions, then even if Lin Ming brought forth the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone Avatar, he still wouldn't be able to chase them all down. And if these people were to escape, news of what occurred would spread out. It would be known that he tried to kill the disciples of two true divinity-level influences. This would undoubtedly set off a great storm. These two true divinity-level influences were the most terrifying forces in the Azura Road. Let alone their core disciples, people even didn't dare to provoke their ordinary disciples. If someone was discovered as having killed off their core disciples, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if he ignored those two great influences, what Lin Ming feared the most in this final trial was the person who remained aloof and distant, but still had some connection to the divine Void Holy Lands, Soul Empress Sheng Mai. The divine Void Crown Prince was different from Duke Fullmoon. He was a core disciple of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. If Sheng Mai knew that he had killed off the divine Void Crown Prince, just what sort of reaction would she have? Thus, Lin Ming didn't attack them, because if he did he needed to make sure he could exterminate them all. As these thoughts percolated in Lin Ming's mind, a thick killing intent flashed in his eyes several times. Even so, he suppressed all of these feelings and didn't attack. Although eliminating these four people and taking the spear himself was the simplest and most direct method, he still wasn't able to do that. Then, there was only another choice left. First, he would try to take the spear and reveal a weakness in his defenses. Once the four people thought they had a chance and developed greedy thoughts, he would use this opportunity to kill them all off. With this plan, it was much more likely that Lin Ming would be able to exterminate the four people. But this also meant he would have to take a much greater risk. It was because Lin Ming didn't completely understand this black dragon spear. Brother Lin, are you not planning to help? Why? Could it be that Brother Lin doesn't want to take any risks at all? If we join hands to take the treasure, aren't Brother Lin's actions just too insincere? We're already standing at the front, taking on the most dangerous role, so what is Brother Lin waiting for? The Divine Void Crown Prince shouted at Lin Ming, putting on a face full of discontent. Lin Ming remained silent. After some time, he faintly smiled and said, "There's no need to hurry." He slowly flew forwards until he was 10,000 feet away from the black dragon spear. Then, he emitted every sense possible to probe the black dragon spear. He investigated the eerie and horrifying demonic energy. With this, he was able to confirm that this demonic energy wrapped around the black dragon spear was the myriad demon karmic wheel recorded within the Asura Sutra. The Asura Sutra was both righteously good and diabolically evil. As for the myriad demon karmic wheel, it was a tyrannical demonic cultivation method, able to gather the cruel and fierce spirits for one's own use. This black dragon spear hasn't obtained the true lineage of the Asura Sutra. Just how could this be? After probing, Lin Ming discovered that the myriad demon karmic wheel displayed by the black dragon spear was incomplete. There were many places that were filled with mistakes. Now that this incomplete method was being used by this evil spear, it seemed even gloomier and bizarre than the true myriad demon karmic wheel. If it wasn't the complete myriad demon karmic wheel, then that meant there were flaws. Lin Ming was looking for these flaws. Brother Lin, why haven't you done anything yet? The Divine Void Crown Prince impatiently said. He was afraid that his plan had been seen through by Lin Ming. He already decided that if Lin Ming didn't do anything, then he wouldn't recklessly do anything to Lin Ming either. Towards this mysterious young man, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of dread. Do something? Okay. Lin Ming suddenly nodded, leaving the Divine Void Crown Prince surprised. Had this fellow fallen for the trap just like this? You finally fell for it. Wonderful. Birds die for food and people die for wealth. The nature of a person is insatiable greed to begin with, and with a lucky chance placed right in front of them, no one is capable of resisting. Even if this Lin Ming suspects me, there is finally nothing he can do to withstand the temptation of the black dragon spear. If he wants to take the risk, then that's far too good. The Divine Void Crown Prince rapidly thought, his mind racing. Beside him, Duke Fullmoon's breathing also quickened, his pulse accelerated. He quietly gripped his spear, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. This Lin Ming wasn't easy to deal with, but that black dragon spear was simply far too evil. As long as Lin Ming moved, then the two tigers would battle and they could sit back and watch the fight. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if that black dragon spear couldn't kill Lin Ming, there wasn't any loss to them. If the four of them joined together, then even if they didn't have absolute confidence in killing Lin Ming still wouldn't dare to attack them. In other words, the truth was that they were already in an invincible position. I will draw out the black dragon phantom. The lot of you protect me. As Lin Ming spoke, he flew towards the black dragon spear. Seeing this, the Divine Void Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. Brother Lin, you don't plan on using a puppet? The Divine Void Crown Prince was originally planning on having Lin Ming lure out the black dragon phantom with a puppet, but Lin Ming actually decided not to use a puppet but to go in himself. Could it be that he didn't fear the dangers enough? To not use a puppet and fly in himself, isn't this just a death wish? Big Flame was shocked. It seems this brat only had a high level of talent, but is actually a moron. The silver-armored warrior commented from beside Big Flame. It seemed they had all been too nervous about this. If they knew about this earlier, then there wouldn't have been a need to go through all this trouble. Don't be careless. Who knows what tricks he's planning to play? Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince certainly wouldn't believe that Lin Ming was a fool, otherwise there was no way he would have passed the Asura level gate of laws. No matter, with the four of us joined together and raising our guards, we are in an impregnable position, Duke Fullmoon said with a sound transmission. Out of everyone here, he had come across Lin Ming the most. Lin Ming's previous performance at the Divine Rune City auction had left a profound impact in his heart. After having his plans continuously torn down, Duke Fullmoon felt a lack of confidence when facing Lin Ming. The four people stared blankly on as Lin Ming flew towards the black dragon spear. 8,000 feet. 5,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 1,000 feet. 500 feet. Lin Ming closed in, a little at a time, slowing down the closer he was. Finally, he was as slow as a walking mortal. As he approached, his aura became increasingly deep and his eyes increasingly swift and fierce. On his face, blood-red curse seals began to appear and explosive crackling sounds echoed out from within his body. He even seemed to grow taller. Not too far away, Big Flame, Duke Full Moon, and the others were all staring at Lin Ming with utter focus, locked onto his every move and action. He was only 200 feet away. The four people held their breath. Lin Ming wasn't planning on using some trick, but was actually thinking of luring out the black dragon phantom that lingered around the black dragon spear. Was he insane? At this time, a black fog rose up from all around the black dragon spear. A terrifying black energy surged towards Lin Ming like a tidal wave. Within this seething black fog was a clawing black dragon. Its eyes were blood red, and just by looking into its gaze, one felt as if they would fall into an endless abyss. At this time, the black dragon evilly smiled. Blood energy, a stranger's blood energy. What a rich blood energy. What an extreme delicacy. This is the greatest delicacy that I have ever encountered, the richest blood energy I have ever seen. Good. Too good. You will become my most delicious meal. You will become a part of me. Let me eat you. The black dragon's voice was filled with deceit and ruthless cruelty. Demonic energy surged around it as its voice seemed to transmit from all directions of the world. It was like the heavens and earth were shrouded in this voice. For a time, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He discovered that he was covered in a massive force field. This force field was like an independent space. There was nothing but pitch-black darkness everywhere. If he reached out his hand, he wouldn't even be able to see his 5 fingers. Woo, 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 woo. Horrifying ghost cries sounded from all directions. This was like a cave of 10,000 ghosts. Just by entering this land, one would be swallowed up by 10,000 ghosts. This is a domain sent out by the myriad demon karmic wheel, formed from the countless demonic souls that it has absorbed. This black dragon spear, just how many people has it killed? Moreover, all of these people are outstanding existences. Lin Ming's mind chilled. Without a doubt, this black dragon spear had existed in the final trial for a very, very long time. It had also slain a tremendous number of trial challengers. But what was strange was that Soul Empress Sheng Mai should also have come here, so why didn't she subdue this black dragon spear? With Soul Empress Sheng Mai's transcendent methods, no matter how strong or ghostly this black dragon spear's methods were, it still wouldn't be able to escape her grasp. Chapter 1703, Deal. Chapter 1703, Deal. But at this moment, Lin Ming didn't have time to think about why Soul Empress Sheng Mai didn't come here to subdue the black dragon spear. The thick black fog had already surrounded him. With a sizzling sound, even space itself was being melted away by the black fog. Lin Ming was covered within the myriad demon karmic wheel domain, completely separated from the world. In his field of vision, the divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Full Moon had both vanished. He's been surrounded by that black fog. 10,000 feet away, the divine Void Crown Prince saw all of this happening, a sharp light shining in his eyes. This brat, I have no idea what sort of mental problems he has. If he used a puppet to draw out the black dragon phantom, then would still have to put in a great deal of effort, but now that he has been directly sucked up by the black fog, that is much more convenient for us. That black fog has a terrifying corrosive attribute, and any flesh and blood that touches it will instantly be dissolved into goo. When Juku was covered in that black fog, he instantly withered away to nothing but skin and bones. Juku's strength was similar to that of a world king. The divine Void Crown Prince didn't doubt that Lin Ming was stronger than Juku, but no matter how strong Lin Ming was, he wouldn't be stronger than a half-step Empyrean. As long as he was covered by that black fog, it would be impossibly difficult for him to escape unscathed. Standing beside the divine Void Crown Prince, Duke Full Moon also looked on with disbelief etched on his face. Something's wrong. This Lin Ming is a freakishly monstrous genius, So how would he die so easily? Duke Fullmoon muttered. His sense was blocked out by that black fog, so it was impossible for him to probe Lin Ming's situation. The Divine Void Crown Prince said, "He definitely won't die so easily. I think he must have some sort of special technique and wants to rely on this to struggle with the Black Dragon Spear. However, he likely doesn't know just how fierce that dragon spear actually is." In the fourth level of this final trial, what is tested is not just talent, but also one's cultivation. The final trial's first, second, and fourth level were trials that didn't discriminate. Those with higher cultivations would be able to profit more. As for the Gate of Laws, that was a test of talent. Those with a younger skeletal age would have an advantage. In the Divine Void Crown Prince's eyes, Lin Ming was truly a monstrous talented genius, but in terms of cultivation and combat strength, Lin Ming likely wasn't much better than they were. If he were to encounter a ghostly spirit treasure like this Black Dragon Spear, he would fall into crisis along with the rest of them. Even if he had some special card in hand that he could use to escape, he would likely come out half dead. At that time, it would be far easier for them to eliminate Lin Ming. Lin Ming underestimated his opponent too much. He is young and full of daring energy, so he likely hasn't received many setbacks on his way to where he is. He thinks that no one can match him in this world, that he can obtain anything he wants. We must prepare our attacks. At this time, we absolutely cannot allow Lin Ming to escape. Everyone, use your ultimate techniques, whatever trump cards you have hidden up your sleeves. This is our good fortune. It wasn't just the Divine Void Crown Prince, but Big Flame was also making his preparations. If Lin Ming was swallowed up by that black fog and reduced to dregs, then that would be far better for them, but if Lin Ming managed to wriggle his way loose, then they would display a thunderous barrage of attacks to exterminate him. At this time, they all brought out their ultimate techniques without holding anything back. And to give them their due, each of these people had astonishing method. They were people that came from true divinity influences and would always have some final trump card for desperate situations. Even if Lin Ming was in his peak state and facing these four people, he would have to evade their all-out attack. If he were to meet their barrage head-on, he would die or be severely wounded. Kai kai kai. A terrifying amount of energy began to slowly brew in the hands of the four people. The Divine Void Crown Prince took out an incarnation jade slip. This jade slip possessed the avatar phantom of an Empyrean. However, in order to activate this incarnation, that would depend on the Divine Void Crown Prince's cultivation and strength. As for Big Flame, he took out a strange little flag. This small flag burned with vague black flames. It was clear that this was some terrifying treasure. Although Duke Fullmoon and the Silver-Armored Warrior possessed trump cards that were inferior to those of the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame, what they had still allowed them to increase their overall strength by half over their peak state for a short period of time. With these four attacks striking together, even a peak Great World King would have to earnestly face it without any hint of holding back. And at this time, 10,000 feet away, the black fog sent out by the Black Dragon Spear became increasingly strong and thick. This black fog carried with it a demonic energy, and as the Divine Void Crown Prince said, it also possessed a dreadful corrosive attribute. If a world king were to touch it, they would immediately die, without any chance of survival. If the Divine Void Crown Prince or Big Flame were to have any part of their body be tainted by this energy, they would have to cut off that body part lest their entire body rot away. Although Lin Ming was stronger than the Divine Void Crown Prince, he wasn't ridiculously stronger. Facing this black fog, he also wasn't able to withstand it with his mortal body. Thus, Lin Ming summoned his own myriad demon karmic wheel. The black fog around the Black Dragon Phantom was the power of laws gathered by the myriad demon karmic wheel. Moreover, the myriad demon karmic wheel used by the Black Dragon Phantom was incomplete. Now, the complete myriad demon karmic wheel summoned by Lin Ming was the ultimate nemesis of this black fog. Woo, woo, woo. Countless demonic phantoms rapidly spun within the myriad demon karmic wheel. On the surface of the myriad demon karmic wheel, a giant black vortex appeared. A massive amount of the demon energy left behind by the powerhouses that died here, their force fields, will, remnant souls, everything was recklessly sucked in by Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming was using his own myriad demon karmic wheel to wildly plunder the demonic essence within the Black Dragon Phantom's myriad demon karmic wheel. Seeing this occur, the Black Dragon Phantom was enraged. This demonic energy essence was gathered from slaughtering countless outstanding geniuses over the course of billions of years, and yet this energy was being wantonly swallowed up by Lin Ming. How could it not be angry? Stop! With a roar, the black fog in front of Lin Ming distorted, condensing into the form of a cruel and wicked dragon, its eyes blood red and its expression fierce and grotesque. Lin Ming remained unmoved and the motions of his hands didn't slow. At the same time, the myriad demon karmic wheel separated him and this black dragon phantom, forming a shield that blocked it off. You are seeking death. The black dragon phantom roared, opening its jaws and spitting out blood-red runes. These runes spun through the void, dazzling to the eyes. I curse you. I curse your cultivation to fall, your blood essence to be severed. I curse you. I curse you forever, to perish for eternity, to never have a peaceful end. I curse you. I curse you to perish here, for your soul to suffer the agony of 10,000 lives in hell. The black dragon phantom loudly chanted. These blood runes it spat out were actually a secret curse technique. Lin Ming's pupils shrank and he traced his spatial ring, pulling out 3 deep red divine runic symbols. Without hesitation, he crumbled all 3 divine runic symbols together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying waves of thunder and flame wildly surged outwards, producing a cataclysmic explosion. These 3 divine runic symbols were heretical god symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up. A normal heretical god symbol could be used several times, but the heretical god symbols that Lin Ming prepared for this final trial could only be used once. He had concentrated every ounce of strength of the heretical god symbol into a single use. With this, the might of this heretical god symbol was twice that of an ordinary one. Now that Lin Ming burned 3 heretical god symbols together, an unimaginable amount of energy erupted. The power of thunder and fire swelled outwards like a tsunami. Whether it was thunder or flames, they were strengths that suppressed dark and ghostly powers the most. All of the curse seals that floated in the air were torn to nothing by Lin Ming's power of thunder and fire. At the same time, changes began to occur around Lin Ming's body. The curse seals covering his face became deeper and brighter in color. Black scales appeared on his body. With a punch of his fist, the myriad demon karmic wheel howled outward. After throwing out 3 heretical god symbols, Lin Ming launched another attack with his body. This was the advantage of divine runic symbols, they minimized the strength that a martial artist use. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The myriad demon karmic wheel wildly spun about. Like a massive spinning saw, it went slashing down at the black dragon phantom. The black dragon phantom was violently angered. As it looked at Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel, it reached out with its claws. Ka. The black dragon phantom's claws crashed into the myriad demon karmic wheel. With a loud sound, black light transmitted in all directions. The myriad demon karmic wheel was a tyrant that suppressed forces like ghosts, demonic spirits, and will bodies. And, this black dragon phantom was nothing but a body of will, it simply wasn't able to do anything to the myriad demon karmic wheel. As it lashed out with its claws, the most it could do was just barely manage to send Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel spinning away. As for its claws, they dimmed down. It was clear that it suffered considerable damage just now. Who are you? Where are you from? Why would you understand the Azura heavenly Tao? The black dragon phantom's eyes were icy cold. The atmosphere around it became increasingly fierce and dangerous as it burned more and more demonic energy within its body, seeming as if it would go all out at any moment. The black dragon phantom never imagined that it would encounter someone who understood the Azura heavenly Tao. Because of this, it was being suppressed in every aspect. It wasn't too strong in itself. Its strength lay in the demonic energy that it had gathered over billions of years, in other words, the myriad demon karmic wheel. By using the myriad demon karmic wheel, it was able to melt away the flesh and blood of its enemies. The heavier the demonic energy gathered by the myriad demon karmic wheel, the stronger it would become. Moreover, the black dragon phantom had only killed outstanding geniuses. With such a terrifying level of demonic energy gathered onto it, even someone like Juku had instantly died. But Lin Ming wasn't affected by these tricks. Lin Ming also possessed the myriad demon karmic wheel, and his boundary of the laws was higher. Because of this, the demonic energy released by the Black Dragon Phantom became Lin Ming's vitalizing tonic instead. And where did you come from? Your myriad demon karmic wheel, where did you learn it? Lin Ming asked in reply. As he spoke, the myriad demon karmic wheel in his hands sucked in more and more demonic energy condensed by the Black Dragon Phantom. This caused Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel to become increasingly lifelike, increasingly powerful. Seeing this, the Black Dragon Phantom's eyes turned bright red as if they would drip blood at any moment. I am the guardian of the Black Dragon's spear. Stop your actions now, otherwise I will kill you even if I must sacrifice all my cultivation. As the Black Dragon Phantom roared, Lin Ming simply sneered, not caring about such threats. However, the movements of his hands indeed slowed down, and the myriad demon karmic wheel's absorption of the surrounding demonic energy nearly came to a halt. I'm fine to stop here, but I want to make a deal with you. Deal? Fine, then give me the complete myriad demon karmic wheel cultivation method. As the Black Dragon Phantom spoke, both fear and greed filled its eyes as it looked at the myriad demon karmic wheel in Lin Ming's hands. It recognized that Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel was clearly of a much higher boundary in laws and completion. The myriad demon karmic wheel was far too significant for the Black Dragon Phantom in gathering demonic energy. It naturally wanted the complete cultivation method. Chapter 1704, Cooperation. Chapter 1704, Cooperation. You want the secret cultivation method to the myriad demon karmic wheel? Lin Ming stared at the Black Dragon Phantom in front of him. Aren't you just a greedy lion opening its mouth wide? You don't even know what I want from you, yet you immediately say you want the complete myriad demon karmic wheel. Do you think I would agree to that? Lin Ming calmly said. The myriad demon karmic wheel was part of the inheritance that the Asura Roadmaster left behind, the first volume of the Asura Sutra. Since he had learned it, he naturally wouldn't carelessly pass it on to others. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't have a jade slip with the Asura Sutra on it, so wanting to pass it on was nearly impossible. Hehe, I've already more or less guessed what you want from me. You want me to help you kill those 4 people outside. I can already see that you lot are all on different sides and plotting and planning against each other. That fellow with a star crown? I think he wishes for your death even in his dreams. However, you're quite the fierce one. You pretended to be tricked by them in order to get close to me and have me join forces with you to kill them off together. To cooperate with such a sinister and cunning person like you is the same as acting against my own interest. If I do anything wrong, then I'll be eaten up by you until I don't even have any bones left. Without sufficient advantages, why would I bother risking myself for the likes of you? Lin Ming chuckled. It seems you are confusing your current predicament. Your fiercest ultimate ability is the demon energy that you've gathered around you for so many years, but what a pity it is useless against me. Instead of harming me, it has become my tonic instead. If we fight, do you think that you can defeat me? As Lin Ming spoke, he had already taken out the Phoenix Blood Spear. Atop the Phoenix Blood Spear, the myriad demon karmic wheel whistled as it spun around, recklessly swallowing demonic energy. If you want to fight with me, then let's fight. Let me take a good look at just how much demonic energy you've managed to scrounge up. Lin Ming activated the myriad demon karmic wheel with all his strength. It was like a bottomless pit, absorbing demonic energy without end. And now, the Black Dragon Phantom wasn't able to do anything to Lin Ming. If this battle were to continue, then the Black Dragon Phantom would only be placed in an increasingly bad situation. Brat, consider yourself ruthless enough. I do not want your myriad demon karmic wheel's cultivation method, but you must give me the accumulated demonic energy within your own myriad demon karmic wheel. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate any conditions with me? Lin Ming menacingly said. Atop the Phoenix Blood Spear, the myriad demon karmic wheel spun even faster. Seeing Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear and the rapidly spinning myriad demon karmic wheel, a trace of fear appeared in the Black Dragon Phantom's eyes. It clenched its jaws and said, As a person, you should always leave behind a road for others. Don't force me into a dead end. The reason you haven't fought me yet and decided to try to make a deal is because you want to kill those 4 people outside but fear you cannot handle them on your own. Moreover, you are also plotting against me this entire time in order to obtain the Black Dragon Spear. This Black Dragon Phantom was an intelligent being and was able to guess Lin Ming's schemes. Listening to the Black Dragon Phantom speak, a peculiar light shined in Lin Ming's eyes. He toothily smiled and said, "Me plotting against you? You aren't even the artifact spirit of the Black Dragon Spear. You aren't its guardian either. This Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit has already disappeared and you are nothing but a bird occupying a nest that you didn't make. Using the Black Dragon Spear as a foundation, you constantly killed geniuses from all over, absorbing their strength to cultivate." Lin Ming already thought something was wrong. In his impression, even if this Black Dragon Spear wasn't the Azura Roadmaster's weapon, it should still have a deep connection to him. Moreover, this Black Dragon Phantom was far weaker than what the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit should be like. And if it really were the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit, it shouldn't be asking someone to teach it how to cultivate the myriad demon karmic wheel to begin with. Thinking of all these things, Lin Ming decided to be unreservedly ruthless. Since he had determined that this Black Dragon Phantom wasn't the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit, there was no need for any scruples. If this Black Dragon Spear was truly refined by the Azura Roadmaster and this phantom was indeed the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit, it would naturally be impossible for Lin Ming to harm it as he pleased. "You will return the demonic energy you just swallowed. That is my final bottom line, otherwise I'll fight you until we both die," the Black Dragon Phantom roared. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then nodded. Deal. Since he had to cooperate with this Black Dragon Phantom, he couldn't be too outrageous in how he handled matters. His hands formed seals and the myriad demon karmic wheel began to spin in reverse, releasing the demonic energy it had just absorbed. Seeing this demonic energy, the Black Dragon Phantom roared and rushed forwards, recklessly swallowing it. In the blink of an eye it had swallowed all of the demonic energy. Soon, it looked at Lin Ming, a fierce expression marring its face. "Insufficient. You definitely swallowed far more of my demonic energy than this. I will return the first half and after the 4 people outside have been killed, I'll return to you the second half. Did you think I would return all of the demonic energy to you like this? If I did that, what would I do if you were to go back on your promise?" The Black Dragon Phantom coldly snorted and gloomily said, "You had best not be playing with me." Then, as it was speaking, the Black Dragon Phantom suddenly removed the force field it had laid down. Who? As the force field dispersed, many ghosts and fierce demons went flying away. The isolating space disappeared. And at this time, a brilliant light lit up in front of Lin Ming. In that instant, the Divine Void Crown Prince, Duke Fullmoon, Big Flame, and the silver-armored warrior all attacked together. They had already been gathering their potential for a long time. Moreover, they had all taken out their ultimate trump cards, waiting for this one instant. With a surprise attack, they would defeat Lin Ming. A terrifying fluctuation of energy broke through space. In order to ensure a sure-kill strike, the 4 of them had held nothing back. This was a strike that even a peak Great World King would have trouble blocking. Ka. In that moment, the space around Lin Ming tightened, nearly collapsing in on him. The energy of this joint attack had locked in the surrounding space. Avoiding was no longer possible. In ordinary times, if Lin Ming were to force his way out of the myriad demon force field conjured by the Black Dragon Phantom, he definitely wouldn't be in peak condition and the result from being struck by this attack could be imagined. But even if Lin Ming was in his peak state, if he were struck by this attack he would still be severely wounded or killed. To sit down and wait without losses and then take advantage when someone was down, this move of the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others could be called utterly cruel and evil. What a great Divine Void Crown Prince! What a great Big Flame! What a great Black Dragon evil spirit! Seeing these 4 mighty flows of energy hurtling towards him, a thick killing intent blazed out from Lin Ming's eyes. He knew that the Black Dragon Phantom had likely detected that the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others were planning on striking him when he was down, and waiting for the chance that the isolating force field was lifted to attack him. Even so, it hadn't given him any warning at all. It clearly wanted to see him struck dead, or at least grievously wounded, with this attack. Just before Lin Ming was about to be enveloped by that storm of energy, a melodious ring resonated through the world. This deep and profound sound seemed to come from the nothingness of the earliest epochs, bringing with it a vast atmosphere of the great Tao laws. In the next moment, the void above Lin Ming's head was torn open by an invisible strength, revealing a fathomless abyss. A dark bronze bell fell down from the void, covering Lin Ming. This ancient bell was the Primordius Bell. Guang. With a loud ring, the Primordius Bell smashed into the black rock. Every single attack struck the walls of the Primordius Bell. Clang. The Primordius Bell violently shook as it was rung by these four flows of energy. A visible sound wave echoed out like ripples. Space violently shook, and the massive amount of energy contained within that sound wave formed an annihilating shockwave. It was unknown just what material the black rock beneath Lin Ming's feet was made from. No matter how powerful the sound wave was, it wasn't able to damage the black rock at all. But not too far away from the black rock, the earth was shattered by the sound waves. Rocks ruptured and mountains collapsed like sand sculptures. The divine Void Crown Prince and the others were naturally enveloped in this destructive sound wave too. Not only had their joint attack failed to injure Lin Ming, but it struck the Primordius Bell, causing them to receive a counterattack instead. Peng peng peng. The sound waves struck their protective shields, causing them to all shake. Because they had just attacked Lin Ming with everything they had, bringing out all their trump cards, their current situation was extremely poor. Now that they were struck by the sound waves, they all felt their blood vitality tumbling within their bodies. What happened? What sort of magic tool is that? The divine Void Crown Prince and the three others were all left breathless and demoralized. Their well-planned attack had failed to harm Lin Ming, making it feel as if they had struck empty air. And at this time, their complexions changed. Above their heads, they saw a 10-foot-long black dragon phantom come hurtling towards them. Here. You four can be my food. Woo woo woo. With a cry of endless ghosts and demons, the pitch-black force field came shrouding down once more, covering the divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, and the others within it. Hey brat, hurry up and attack. The black dragon phantom looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He put away the Primordius Bell and stepped forward. Chapter 1705, Beat Tao. Chapter 1705, Beat Tao. Underneath the protection of the Primordius Bell, the divine Void Crown Prince and the others' attacks weren't able to harm Lin Ming at all. With this, Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and hurtled towards them instead. Seeing Lin Ming threateningly rush towards them as well as the black dragon phantom that was roiling with demonic energy, the divine Void Crown Prince's complexion changed. Everyone scatter. The divine Void Crown Prince was a decisive person. He had been waiting for the two tigers of Lin Ming and the black dragon phantom to struggle with each other and then benefit from the fallout. Yet now not only had Lin Ming and the black dragon phantom not fought, but they instead formed a temporary alliance. Whether it was Lin Ming or the black dragon phantom, the divine Void Crown Prince felt nothing but fear in his heart. When facing these two at the same time, there was no road left but escape. You want to run? Ha ha ha, it's too late. You have already been caged within my myriad demon domain. It is no longer possible for you to run away. The black dragon phantom wildly cackled, letting the black energy within its body gush out without reserve to cover the divine Void Crown Prince. The demonic force field created by this black energy was able to form a separate world. In terms of caging in others, this myriad demon force field was far superior to Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space. If Lin Ming tried to use the Grand Mist Space to surround and bind down the divine Void Crown Prince and the three others, it would actually be impossible to do so. This wasn't because the Grand Mist Space wasn't as exquisite as the myriad demon domain, but because the black dragon phantom had used hundreds of millions and even billions of years to kill outstanding elites and accumulate demonic energy. Only like this was it able to form such a powerful force field. The black dragon phantom wasn't too strong by itself, but when it used the demonic energy it saved up, whether it was offensively, defensively, or caging in others, it was nearly invincible. If it weren't for the major flaws within the myriad demon karmic wheel that it cultivated, Lin Ming absolutely would not be its match. Damn it. Break for me. Big Flame crazily roared. He grasped a blood-red saber and slashed out at the myriad demon domain's enchantment. The myriad demon domain violently shook, but the demonic energy was simply far too dense and potent. No matter what Big Flame tried to do, he was unable to pierce through it. Big Flame was left breathless with rage. Divine Void Crown Prince, what a splendid deed you have done. Didn't you say that if we didn't attack the Black Dragon Phantom then it wouldn't try to kill us? Before Big Flame arrived, Dooku had tried to take the Black Dragon Spear, but the result was that he was instantly eaten up by the Black Dragon Phantom. At the time, the Black Dragon Phantom had discovered the Divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Full Moon but didn't attack them on its own initiative. Thus, the Divine Void Crown Prince had speculated that the Azura Roadmaster had set down some rules stating that the Spear Guardian couldn't attack others on its own but had to wait for others to attack it first. But, these were only his speculations, he couldn't guarantee this was true. If he wanted to kill Lin Ming and obtain his secrets then he would have to take certain risks. Now, it seemed that his gamble had been wrong. This Black Dragon Phantom wasn't a spear spirit at all, but a demon. In other words, there were no rules limiting it. The Black Dragon Phantom howled out in laughter. You think that just because you don't attack me I can't kill you? Haha, how naive. The reason I didn't attack you before was because you were too far away. The demonic energy I've gathered lingers around the Black Dragon Spear, unable to reach out to you fast enough, thus I didn't eat you up. But now, you've actually delivered yourself to my door on your own, so why would I allow you to leave? Hehe, you all seem to be outstanding young elites, if I eat you that will greatly help me. A greedy light shined in the Black Dragon Phantom's eyes. But, it didn't directly attack the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others. Instead, it continued to strengthen its enchantment, surrounding them. Brat, hurry up and attack. I've already surrounded them with everything I have, the rest will depend on you. The Black Dragon Phantom bellowed at Lin Ming. The Black Dragon Phantom couldn't cage in all these people and attack all on its own, otherwise there would be nothing for Lin Ming to do. Lin Ming raised his spear and rushed forwards. He didn't trust the Black Dragon Phantom's words. The Black Dragon Phantom surely had some hidden methods and strength left over, either to protect itself or to ambush Lin Ming. Even so, Lin Ming had to fight. He was the one who proposed the deal. In a way, killing the Divine Void Crown Prince and the three others was far more advantageous to Lin Ming. Moreover, he needed to completely kill off all four of them without leaving a single witness alive. Grasping the Phoenix Blood Spear, the crimson curse seals on Lin Ming's face deepened. On his back, more and more scales appeared. Facing these four people, he used the power of the Azura blood. You little beast, do you really think you can face off against the four of us together? Good. Then we'll kill you first and deal with that Black Dragon Phantom afterward. Seeing Lin Ming hurtle towards them on the wind, Big Flame's complexion was ferocious. He knew that the current situation was as bad as it could be, but he still had to summon every ounce of fighting spirit he could and desperately risk everything in fighting Lin Ming. Moreover, he didn't believe that a half-step holy lord like Lin Ming had such a freakish level of strength that he could kill all four of them together. But at this time, the Divine Void Crown Prince shouted out, "Don't waste your energy on him." What? Big Flame frowned. Haven't you already suffered enough at the hands of this little beast? I can guarantee you 100% that if we continue dealing with this little beast we will all die here. The Divine Void Crown Prince anxiously shouted. If Lin Ming and that Black Dragon Phantom joined forces, their combined strength was absolutely stronger than the four of them together. If they wanted to kill Lin Ming first and then deal with the Black Dragon Phantom, that was nothing more than the daydream of a moron. Full Moon, you and Big Flame's follower keep Lin Ming busy for now. Me and Big Flame will try and break through this domain. The Divine Void Crown Prince forced himself to calm down. After running so many various contingencies through his mind, this countermeasure sounded the most reliable. Compared to killing off Lin Ming and the Black Dragon Phantom, breaking out of the domain and escaping was far easier. What? Duke Full Moon paused upon hearing this. To have him and someone else face Lin Ming? Duke Fullmoon originally thought that Lin Ming was a mere divine runic master without much combat strength, but after Lin Ming perfectly passed the Azura level gate of laws, he suddenly felt faint of heart when thinking about fighting Lin Ming. He completely lacked all confidence. What? Do you want to die here together? The divine Void Crown Prince's voice was ruthless and harsh, his expression ferocious. This made Duke Fullmoon's heart turn cold. He could only brace himself and face Lin Ming. At this time, Big Flame's follower, the silver-armored warrior, was also standing beside him. 2 against 1. Attack him together. Right now, Lin Ming and that black dragon phantom are likely plotting against each other, so he won't fight with all of his strength. We may be able to fight him here, Duke Fullmoon said to the silver-armored warrior with a sound transmission. But the silver-armored warrior indignantly sputtered out, "Humph! That boy is only a half-step holy lord and I have the strength of an early world king. His cultivation is an entire boundary lower than mine. I don't believe that his strength can reach such ridiculous degrees." As the silver-armored warrior spoke, he grasped a black saber and slashed out at Lin Ming. Limitless saber. The silver-armored warrior wasn't some weakling. Anyone that was able to step into the 4th level, and especially come this deep in, was an outstanding genius. With a slash of his saber, stars began to flash in space. All of this starlight gathered onto the silver-armored warrior's blade, sweeping towards Lin Ming's throat. The power of stars. Lin Ming was a little startled, but that was it. He thought little of this attack. When the saint's body cultivation methods that used the power of stars were compared to his own 9 stars of the Dao Palace, that was the same as ants against elephants. Lin Ming shouted out loud. From behind him, 2 massive stars appeared. These 2 stars were the Ravenous Wolf Star and the Army Breaker Star. The Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace and Purple Temple Dao Palace opened together. Lin Ming's strength instantly rose to that of 5 dragons. The silver-armored warrior and Lin Ming were both body transformation martial artists, but they cultivated different body transformation laws. Compared to Lin Ming's strength, the silver-armored warrior simply couldn't compare. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the silver-armored warrior's saber light was shattered by Lin Ming. The Phoenix Blood Spear came thrusting out, smashing into the silver-armored warrior's saber. Clang! With a sound of metal striking metal, the silver-armored warrior's saber was struck away by the Phoenix Blood Spear. Billions of djinns of strength erupted at the same time. The silver-armored warrior's palm split open and blood flew out. His saber was sent flying away by Lin Ming. The Phoenix Blood Spear swung back. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his fist smashing into the silver-armored warrior's chest. Through layers and layers of armor, Lin Ming's fist exploded forwards. The impact was so forceful that the silver-armored warrior's body bent like a shrimp. Puff! The silver-armored warrior spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming raised his spear and thrust it out once more, about to pierce through the silver-armored warrior's chest. As the silver-armored warrior saw this spear about to take his life, his complexion immediately changed. Lin Ming's strength had surpassed the limits of his imagination. In their brief exchange, he wasn't even able to resist a single attack. If this was a life-or-death battle, he feared he wouldn't even be able to block Lin Ming for 5 breaths of time. Lin Ming, you are far too arrogant. At this time, Duke Fullmoon also attacked. Even if he was unwilling to do so, he had no choice but to join in the battle at this moment. He and the silver-armored warrior were hanging on the same thread. If the silver-armored warrior died, his death would only come that much quicker. Duke Fullmoon didn't hold anything back in this attack. As his sword came falling down, a brilliant blaze of purple light followed behind it. This sword light contained a soul attack. It looks like you really want to die. Lin Ming didn't even spare a glance at Duke Fullmoon's soul attack. The Phoenix Blood Spear swept out as the heretical god force erupted. Catcher! Sword light disintegrated. Duke Fullmoon's body twisted at a strange angle and a deep purple light shot out from between his eyebrows, fusing together with the shattered sword light and shooting towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea like a hidden viper. Strike for me. Duke Fullmoon's eyes were crazy. As a spiritus, he was most skilled in soul attacks. However, Lin Ming seemed to completely ignore this soul attack. Lin Ming stepped forwards and turned the Phoenix Blood Spear, smashing it into Duke Fullmoon's face. Ah! Duke Fullmoon cried out pitifully. Lin Ming's spear smashed through his protective spirit essence like glass, and the weakened Phoenix Blood Spear struck the left side of Duke Fullmoon's face. Duke Fullmoon only felt a nearly unbearable pain in his face. The entire left side of his face had been pulled off, revealing bone, and even his nose was shattered. With this strike, his face had almost been completely disfigured. However, at this time, Duke Fullmoon's soul attack also sank into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Die. Duke Fullmoon covered his bloody face, his eyes cruel and poisonous. Although he had been disfigured by Lin Ming, his soul attack had struck him. As long as Lin Ming lost his presence of mind for even a brief moment, that would be enough time for him and the silver-armored warrior to rush forwards and severely wound him. However, even after Lin Ming was struck by Duke Fullmoon's soul attack, he seemed to care little of it. He raised his Phoenix Blood Spear and moved towards Duke Fullmoon. After a few breaths of time passed, Duke Fullmoon's complexion completely paled. Duke Fullmoon's soul attack seemed to have disappeared into a sea without any hope of returning. What? Duke Fullmoon's breath caught in his throat, his entire face turning as white as funeral paper. Chapter 1706, To Use Another's Knife to Kill. Chapter 1706, To Use Another's Knife to Kill. As a spiritus, Duke Fullmoon's strongest offensive abilities were soul attacks. Thus, when he fought, there would ordinarily be soul attacks within his strikes. Wanting to block Duke Fullmoon's physical strike wasn't difficult at all. But, wanting to keep off his soul attack was different. Many enemies of his had fallen beneath this strange soul attack. When Duke Fullmoon and Lin Ming clashed, the soul attack had already struck Lin Ming. According to all previous occurrences, even if Duke Fullmoon couldn't immediately kill his opponent, they should still suffer soul damage and lose their consciousness for a short period of time. During this, Duke Fullmoon could seize the chance to strike again and obtain absolute victory. However, he never imagined that Lin Ming would appear completely unaffected. This shocked Duke Fullmoon. Do you have some soul defense Empyrean spirit treasure? Duke Fullmoon said, his voice wavering. He was already wallowing in fear. He could faintly feel that here, today, he might die. Lin Ming's strength far surpassed his imagination. Even if the divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame had the ability to pierce through the myriad demon domain, he still wouldn't be able to last until then. Duke Fullmoon wasn't too old and he had a grand and glorious future awaiting him. There was even a slight chance for him to step into the Empyrean realm. To Duke Fullmoon, death was an incomparably frightening matter. Lin Ming, although I have opposed you many times, I have never tried to truly harm you. If you let me go, I will allow you to place a slave seal within me. I am willing to be your faithful servant. Duke Fullmoon said with a sound transmission. This startled Lin Ming. Generally speaking, martial artists would rather die than live on as mindless slaves without any personality of their own, but Duke Fullmoon actually took the initiative to offer himself up. This made Lin Ming have an even lower opinion of him. And at this time, a flash of cold brilliance shined in Duke Fullmoon's eyes. His body leapt up like a serpent as a glimmer of purple flickered between his eyebrows. In that instant, he had burnt a wisp of his divine soul. When a martial artist combusted their blood essence, they could exchange it for a boost of power. But a spiritus had an even more ruthless ability than burning one's blood essence, and that was burning their divine soul. This was because the divine soul was the very life essence of a spiritus. Once a spiritus burnt their divine soul, they would receive permanent damage that was nearly impossible to recover from. In order to survive, Duke Fullmoon actually chose to burn his divine soul. Absolute hate burst out from within Duke Fullmoon's eyes. Originally he had some chance of stepping into the Empyrean realm, but burning his divine soul now was the same as giving up any hopes of becoming an Empyrean. Unless he had a massive lucky chance in the future, it would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming. How could he not hate Lin Ming to the bones? As long as there was life, there was hope. In order to survive this disaster, Duke Fullmoon had bet everything. The moment that Duke Fullmoon burnt his divine soul, the silver-armored Saint Warrior burnt his blood essence. Both of them attacked Lin Ming. His saber cut through the void. 12 stars shined within the saber light, like a river of stars that was falling down, covering all. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming stepped back and directly took out the primordial bell. As Lin Ming stepped into the half-step Holy Lord realm, his ability to control an Empyrean spirit treasure became increasingly skilled. Clang! The primordial bell sounded out. The loud ring of a bell echoed, carrying with it the base of the great Tao as it shook the world. Although Lin Ming didn't fear Duke Full Moon or the silver-armored warrior, the two of them were risking their lives with their attacks, and it was impossible for him to disregard their strikes. After all, he had another enemy waiting in the shadows, and that was the Black Dragon Phantom. If he were to retaliate with all his strength, he might give the Black Dragon Phantom a chance to attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A wild power fell onto the primordial bell like crashing waves. Duke Fullmoon's divine soul attack was extremely cunning and slippery. It was able to seep into the primordial bell's sound waves and attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea. But after being weakened by the sound waves, this attack wasn't able to pose any threat to Lin Ming. The moment that Lin Ming's spiritual sea was besieged by the soul attack was destroyed by Lin Ming's blue soul large success battle spirit, immediately disintegrating. Lin Ming retreated again and again. Within the primordial bell, he was able to block off the majority of the impact from the attacks so that his body didn't suffer any damage at all. Damn it! Damn it all! Duke Full Moon was so harried that he nearly vomited blood. His all-out attack wasn't even able to injure Lin Ming in the least. This sort of feeling was simply indescribable. It's a shame, but why don't you just die here? Lin Ming's fingers flickered as the myriad demon karmic wheel appeared above his head, constantly spinning around. Countless Azura law runes floated around it, lending it a strange mystical atmosphere. Lin Ming planned to kill Duke Full Moon and the silver-armored warrior as soon as possible. As long as he killed these two and only Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince were left over, even if they tried to escape in separate directions, Lin Ming had the confidence that he could stop them both. And at this time, changes were occurring on the other side of the battlefield. The Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame discovered that Full Moon and the silver-armored warrior weren't able to last much longer. We don't have any time. This is our only chance. Otherwise, once Lin Ming kills Full Moon and your follower, he will join together with the Black Dragon Phantom to kill us both. We will both undoubtedly die then. We have to break through this myriad demon enchantment. The Divine Void Crown Prince grit his teeth as he spoke and burnt a wisp of his divine soul. As he did this, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. No matter how much he regretted this, he had no other choice. His entire body was covered in a golden glow. Behind him, 9 halos formed, as if he were some divine being. Kai kai kai. The void itself was pierced through by this soul force. The Divine Void Crown Prince's eyes had turned a deep blood red. And beside him, Big Flame also burned his life essence. To the saint race, their blood essence was no less important than the divine soul was to the spiriters. These two people had truly gone all out. And at this time, not too far away from them, the Black Dragon Phantom playfully smiled. It slowly manifested its main body in the void, constantly forming runes with its claws to reinforce the myriad demon enchantment. The originally thick myriad demon enchantment became even thicker, as thick as the crust of a world, impregnable. Jeja. How naive. Too naive. Do you think that with the power you have from burning your blood essence and divine soul, you will have the strength to break through my illusion? This is the demonic energy that I've spent billions of years gathering. Once I lay down my myriad demon domain, not even a peak great world king can hope of leaving. The Black Dragon Phantom wildly cackled, its voice grating on the senses. It was like it simply didn't care about the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame's final attack. At this time, Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince looked at each other and nodded. Strike! The two shouted together. With this, they lashed out. As they burnt their blood essence and divine soul, they each also took out a jade slip from their spatial rings. One jade slip was shimmering purple and the other was blood red. These were incarnation jade slips left behind by Empyrean powerhouses from their influences. Once they used them, they could summon an Empyrean phantom. For a short time, they would be able to contend with a weaker Great World King, and at this time, as if their minds were linked, Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince began to galvanize the powers within the Incarnation Jade Slips. These two jade slips wildly shook as the energy structures within revolved to the limit. The two Empyrean incarnations summoned by the two jade slips began to rapidly inflate. They wanted to have these two jade slips explode together. Originally, the incarnations within the jade slips were equal to a weaker Great World King. But if they exploded, releasing all the energy at once, this strike was absolutely comparable with the all-out attack of a peak Great World King. Attack! In that instant, Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince changed the trajectory of their strikes. They no longer attacked the Myriad Demon Domain's enchantment, but the Black Dragon Phantom's main body. The two jade slips violently trembled. Two geniuses from True Divinity influences both used their ultimate trump cards without holding anything back. Big Flame took out a long-sized blood-red pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it down. After swallowing this pill, all of the muscles on his body began to grow and his appearance became cruel and fierce. His originally fat and round body became slender and filled with dense muscles like a cheetah as he hurtled towards the Black Dragon Phantom. When Big Flame attacked, he completed his body metamorphosis using a secret technique. Amongst the saints there were several bloodlines that had the ability to metamorphosize one's body, and Big Flame was one such person. They had already calculated that the Black Dragon Phantom was using all of its demonic energy to arrange the Myriad Demon enchantment. If so, then to attack the Myriad Demon enchantment at this time was the stupidest route possible to take. The most likely result of that would have been the failure of everything they tried. But if they attacked the Black Dragon Phantom's main body, then the result would be completely different. Since the Black Dragon Phantom had released the majority of the demonic energy in its body, that meant its main body was at its weakest point. As long as they could exterminate this Black Dragon Phantom, then the Myriad Demon Domain would collapse all on its own. But at this time, the Black Dragon Phantom didn't reveal any worry at all. It smirked, laughing as it said, "It seems you've finally come up with a plan to break through my Myriad Demon Domain. Not bad, you two don't seem as stupid as you look. But what a pity, do you think your attack will be able to touch me?" The Black Dragon Phantom cackled and its body disappeared like ghosts and gods as it turned tail and ran. Chase after it. The Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame were both enraged. After paying such a deep price for this attack, how could they allow the Black Dragon Phantom to escape? Their attacks, along with the exploding Empyrean incarnations, changed directions and chased after the Black Dragon Phantom. Every sense within their body had already locked onto the Black Dragon Phantom. They swore that no matter what, they would kill it. They only had this one chance to do so. If they failed, then they would both die without a doubt. However, as the Black Dragon Phantom fled, it changed its trajectory once more. Duke Full Moon and the silver-armored warriors' complexions changed as they discovered this. As they were engaged in a brutal battle with Lin Ming, they noticed that the Black Dragon Phantom, Big Flame, and the Divine Void Crown Prince were all heading towards Lin Ming, and they weren't too far away from Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw this, his vision turned dark as he looked at the Black Dragon Phantom. "Ha ha ha ha. You brat, I've lured the attacks of these two people, their exploding Empyrean incarnations, and my main body to attack you all at once. This is the trap that I've especially set up for you. Now let me see just how you can escape from this. You wanted to use me as your spear and kill these four people, subdue the Black Dragon Spear, and even destroy me while you were at it. Do you think I am a fool? You want to plot against me? Why don't you just die instead?" Chapter 1707, Outplayed. Chapter 1707, Outplayed. The Black Dragon Phantom had already been calculating how to deal with Lin Ming. Because Lin Ming possessed the complete Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel, the Black Dragon Phantom's demonic energy was useless against him. And without the demonic energy, the Black Dragon Phantom simply couldn't do anything to Lin Ming. In this sort of situation, how could the Black Dragon Phantom wholeheartedly cooperate with Lin Ming to kill the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others? Wasn't that just digging its own grave? However, Lin Ming swallowed in a massive amount of demonic energy using his myriad demon karmic wheel. This demonic energy had cost the Black Dragon Phantom hundreds of millions and even billions of years to condense. Because of this, the Black Dragon Phantom couldn't help but admit defeat for now and not struggle with Lin Ming. Thus, joining forces temporarily was a helpless choice that the Black Dragon Phantom was forced to make. From the very moment that the Black Dragon Phantom attacked the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others, he had been thinking about how to utilize them to attack Lin Ming. It had then deliberately used the myriad demon domain to surround the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others, making them feel as if they were in a hopeless situation. Then, underneath their bubbling desperation, they would definitely all bring out their ultimate techniques. After that, the Black Dragon Phantom would intentionally reveal its main body in order to guide Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince into attacking it. Only like this could it rely on their strength to be the knife used to kill others, dealing Lin Ming a fatal blow. After killing Lin Ming, Duke Full Moon and the silver-armored warrior would be caught up in the chaos and likely die in the aftermath. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame, they definitely wouldn't be any better off. They would have inevitably severely wounded their origin energy. At that time, escaping from the myriad demon enchantment would be nothing more than a dream. The Divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, Duke Full Moon, the silver-armored warrior, and even Lin Ming, the five of them together would become food for the Black Dragon Phantom. If it could swallow up so many outstanding talents, it would be tremendously beneficial. As for the myriad demon karmic wheel that Lin Ming already brought out, it would also become one of the Black Dragon Phantom's spoils of war. In the future, the Black Dragon Phantom could meditate on this myriad demon karmic wheel. Although it wouldn't be able to discern the complete myriad demon karmic wheel cultivation method from this, it could still improve the method it used to gather and condense demonic energy. This was a good plan with multiple purposes. As long as it succeeded, every advantage would be its own. After cultivating for another stretch of time, it could then take possession of the Black Dragon Spear and use the spear as its body, roaming through the world. It could transform into a person, an ancient vicious beast, or even a god beast, becoming a ruler of its own territory. These were all plans that the Black Dragon Phantom had been secretly plotting for. It had placed the Divine Void Crown Prince and the others in its palms. Even Lin Ming was placed in the perfect death trap. Of course, the premise of all this was that its attack could kill Lin Ming. The Black Dragon Phantom wasn't worried about this. This was because the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame had given it surprise after surprise. They actually intended on exploding the Empyrean incarnations they brought with them, combined with the attacks of their main bodies. In addition to the Black Dragon Phantom's own attack, these three forces joined together would even lay low a peak Great World King. It was impossible for Lin Ming to block all of this. Of course, the Black Dragon Phantom didn't forget Lin Ming's spirit treasure, the Primordius Bell. The Black Dragon Phantom had a vivid memory of the terrifying defensive capabilities of this spirit treasure. It chose to reveal its main body the moment Lin Ming summoned the Primordius Bell, also that it could cut off Lin Ming's final thread of hope. Every step of this plan had been meticulously prepared. It was evil and sinister to the extreme. Myriad demon domain. The Black Dragon Phantom roared out. Demonic energy gushed out like a falling star, turning into countless runes that sealed the space around Lin Ming's Primordius Bell. Using its domain, it forcefully separated Lin Ming and the Primordius Bell. At the same time, the space around Lin Ming was blocked off by the domain. The demonic energy condensed into thick black ropes that wrapped around Lin Ming. With this, let alone using the space laws to escape, it would be difficult for him to open his spatial ring. The demonic energy that the Black Dragon Phantom condensed was extremely firm. No matter how Big Flame or the Divine Void Crown Prince tried to attack it, they hadn't been able to break through it. As for Lin Ming, although he could use the Azura laws to dissolve this demonic energy, it would still take him some time to do so. But the Black Dragon Phantom absolutely would not give Lin Ming the slightest chance to recover. Die. After sealing away the Primordius Bell and eliminating all avenues of escape or resistance, the Black Dragon Phantom roared out, its body suddenly ballooning. Within a split second, it grew to 100 feet in length. It opened its gaping jaws, grey flames gushing forth from its maw. These grey flames swept up into the exploding Empyrean incarnations that had reached their critical stage. All of these attacks joined together and went rumbling towards Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming was caught up in this attack, he would definitely die here. Facing this strike that blotted out the skies, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He tried to move the Primordius Bell, but because the Primordius Bell was being suppressed by the demonic energy, it remained completely still. Don't bother wasting your energy. Today you will die here. The Black Dragon Phantom roared out. Even as it was suppressing the Primordius Bell, it was also luring the exploding attacks of the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame. With this, the Black Dragon Phantom had exhausted all of its strength for this moment. It had to succeed. But at this moment, a great feeling of dread welled up from within the Black Dragon Phantom's heart, as if some massive danger was imminent. Did I forget something? The Black Dragon Phantom was startled. But at this time it could no longer take back its strike. It could only continue forwards with everything it had. In that moment, 30 feet away from the Black Dragon Phantom, the void was torn open. A man appeared, his entire body covered with black scales and his face emblazoned with blood-red runes. He was an Azura death god, stepping out from a tear in space. This Azura death god had a cruel and ominous expression. Even so, one could clearly make out Lin Ming's appearance. This was what Lin Ming looked like after he underwent a body metamorphosis using the power of the Azura blood. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was exuding energy. Killing intent rolled off him in tumbling waves. He grasped a black spear and looked at the Black Dragon Phantom with a mocking indifference. This gaze was as if Lin Ming was already looking at something dead. You, how is this possible? Because the Black Dragon Phantom had invested all of its strength into the myriad demon domain and also attacking Lin Ming, its main body was completely undefended. Facing Lin Ming's attack, it had absolutely no chance of resisting it. Who the hell is that? The Black Dragon Phantom suddenly turned to look at the Lin Ming that it was luring the barrage of attacks towards. That Lin Ming remained indifferent as he held onto the Phoenix Blood Spear. Facing this volley of attacks that overwhelmed the skies, he seemed not to care at all. An illusion. The Black Dragon Phantom first thought that Lin Ming had used an illusion to trick it. But this was impossible. How could an illusion engage Duke Fullmoon and the silver-armored warrior in such a chaotic battle? Moreover, how could it transfer power from so much energy and laws? And whether it was the aura of the first Lin Ming's body or the second Lin Ming's body, they had exactly the same fluctuations of energy as someone real. The Black Dragon Phantom simply wouldn't make such a basic mistake. How could this be? It's regretful. All of your plans were perfect, but what you didn't know was that I had an avatar. When I first proposed to make a deal with you, did you think I wouldn't know you were planning on killing me? But, although I knew you had some little trick up your sleeves, the only problem was estimating when you would sneak attack me. Moreover, you are nothing but a sinister and sly little creature. If you were to ambush me, the only time you would do so is if you had full confidence you would succeed. If that were to happen when I wasn't paying attention, then all my plans might have been flipped over. Thus, after we came to an agreement and you withdrew your myriad demon force field, I had to cover myself in the Primordius Bell to defend against the joint attacks of the four. But while I was in there, I also exchanged myself with my avatar. My avatar has a mortal bodily intensity approaching that of a saint race Empyrean. It simply doesn't fear any attack. After switching out my main body, there was no longer any need for me to dread your little tricks and sneak attacks. My main body has been hiding all this time in order to guard against all possible contingencies. I left the Phoenix Blood Spear and Primordius Bell to my avatar, and even left my battle spirit in my avatar's spiritual sea. Then, I remotely activated the myriad demon karmic wheel in order to assist my avatar in attack. All of this was so that you wouldn't have any suspicions against me. Then, the moment when you attacked me, that would be the moment I killed you instead. Now, all of your demonic energy has been used for other purposes, so how will you block my all-out attack? Although Lin Ming's explanation seemed long, it took a mere instant for all of this to appear in the Black Dragon Phantom's mind. In that moment, the Black Dragon Phantom wildly trembled. When Lin Ming covered himself in the primordial spell, he had already switched himself for his avatar. Lin Ming's main body went into the primordial spell, but it was his avatar that had emerged. In other words, its carefully planned strike was all done against Lin Ming's avatar. Arth. The black dragon phantom wildly roared. It had lived for countless eons and had used countless methods to gather countless accumulations. It was an utterly sinister and deceitful being, but today, facing a junior, it was actually the one that had been tricked instead. I am unwilling. The black dragon phantom roared out, its voice shrill and desperate. Lin Ming didn't give it any chance to recover. He immediately thrust his spear forwards. This black spear was the one Lin Ming obtained from the Gate of Laws. Although it couldn't increase his strength, it was still incomparably hard. There was almost nothing that could destroy it. At the time, Lin Ming had brought this black spear out with him from the Azura level Gate of Laws and had conveniently kept it with him. Now, it finally came in handy. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit. The power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation, was poured into the black spear. At the same time, he also galvanized the power of the Azura heavenly Tao and divine seal art. A swirling black hole was shot out by Lin Ming. Space warped as the area around the black dragon phantom was locked down. The myriad demon karmic wheel hummed as it was summoned forth by Lin Ming. The Azura heavenly Tao just happened to be the ultimate nemesis of the black dragon phantom. Then, all of this strength erupted together. The black dragon phantom miserably cried out again and again. Beneath the horrifying blaze of this energy, its body was scorched to smoke, nearly extinguishing to nothing. The black dragon phantom roared in pain. Its body turned into countless fragments as it desperately tried to struggle free and flee. However, how could Lin Ming give it such a chance? Myriad demon karmic wheel. Ka. The black myriad demon karmic wheel came pressing down. This wheel was supremely skilled in suppressed the power of ghosts and spirits. It could imprison the wills and souls of powerhouses. Then, a black vortex appeared above the myriad demon karmic wheel. The fragments of the black dragon phantom were all sucked up into this vortex, instantly sealed away. The black dragon phantom pitifully roared. Through all these years it had kept hidden within the black dragon spear, swallowing the flesh and blood of countless proud children of heaven, and then using the myriad demon karmic wheel to seal in their souls. It never imagined that one day it would be the one sealed away by the myriad demon karmic wheel. Chapter 1708. Killing the Crown Prince. Chapter 1708. Killing the Crown Prince. The myriad demon karmic wheel revolved. Within the wheel, countless demonic phantoms appeared. These fierce demons all obeyed Lin Ming's command. They sent out tendrils of dark will that sunk into the black dragon phantom, disturbing its consciousness, making it impossible for it to work itself free. Most of the black dragon phantom's bodily fragments had been sealed away. No matter how much it roared out in pain, it was impossible for it to change the outcome. You brat, there will be a day when I tear you to shred. I will torture your soul, make it so that you will never enter samsara. You will suffer forever and ever in the eternal pain of hell. As the black dragon phantom was about to be sealed into the myriad demon karmic wheel, it let out one final curse. However, as Lin Ming heard this curse, he simply chuckled. His fingers moved as he thoroughly sealed in the black dragon phantom. You want to torture my soul? What a pity, your soul is about to be refined by me and become a slave within my myriad demon karmic wheel. As Lin Ming spoke, he completely sealed away the black dragon phantom. Then, from behind him, a massive explosion rocked the world. The massive amount of demonic energy brought forth by the black dragon phantom, as well as the attacks of the divine void crown prince and Big Flame, had exploded together. Originally, Lin Ming's true self should have withstood this attack. Beneath the spatial lock of the black dragon phantom's demonic energy, it would have been impossible for Lin Ming to avoid this attack. And, this was two Empyrean incarnations exploding at once. Even a peak Great World King wouldn't have the ability to defend against this strike. Although Lin Ming's defensive capabilities were high, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape. However, Lin Ming had already exchanged himself with the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was a completely different situation. Its mortal body had been constantly nourished by the god-beast Tumare for billions and billions of years using the blood vitality and essence energy of all sorts of mighty god-beasts. Its physical strength had already reached incomprehensible degrees, nearly indestructible. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The world shook as energy wildly surged out. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar was sent flying away by the terrifying explosion of energy, all of its clothes being torn apart with even its flexible armor being shattered. This avatar was powerful, but even its body was stained with blood after being struck by the explosions of these Empyrean incarnations. But these were only bloodstains, the avatar hadn't been truly wounded. Moreover, these minor wounds were regenerating at a visible speed. As for Duke Full Moon and the silver-armored warrior, they were a different story. Because they weren't too far from the avatar, they were caught up in the horrifying explosion. Even though they were only struck by the shockwaves of the attack, their entire bodies were still soaked with blood and they were both miserable sights to look at. Duke Full Moon cried out. Beside him, the silver-armored warrior's spine shattered and his organs were in a complete mess. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he floated on the edge of life and death. The Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame's attack hadn't been able to do anything to Lin Ming. But it had instead nearly killed Duke Full Moon and the silver-armored warrior. Not just that, but they had given Lin Ming the opportunity to seal away the Black Dragon Phantom. For a time, within the myriad demon domain that had yet to dissipate, the only sound left was the panting from the severely wounded Duke Full Moon, Divine Void Crown Prince, and Big Flame. Lin Ming, you. The Divine Void Crown Prince's voice shivered. Although he hadn't heard Lin Ming's sound transmission, he had been able to piece together what happened just now. The Black Dragon Phantom had lured out their attacks to suddenly attack Lin Ming. When the Divine Void Crown Prince had discovered this, he felt that the Black Dragon Phantom was evil and calculating to the extreme. It had placed Lin Ming in a death trap with 10 chances of death and 0 hopes of survival. But in that final moment, the entire situation had been flipped upside down. The Black Dragon Phantom had been sealed away by Lin Ming, and the strongest attacks that they had burned their blood essence and divine soul to strike out with actually fell upon Lin Ming's avatar. Even so, they hadn't been able to truly wound his avatar at all. As for that Black Dragon Phantom, it had been sealed away by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's methods had been quick and ruthless. From the start, when Lin Ming had decided to cooperate with the Black Dragon Phantom, they had both been plotting against each other. But in the end, the methods that Lin Ming used were beyond anyone's expectations. In comparison, the plan that the Divine Void Crown Prince originally had of profiting from the chaos now seemed laughable. After Lin Ming sealed away the Black Dragon Phantom, he grasped the black spear and slowly walked forwards. His entire body was covered with scales. He appeared like a wicked ghost crawling up from the pits of an Azura hell, terrifying to the extreme. Facing such a Lin Ming, whether it was the Divine Void Crown Prince or Big Flame, they both lost all courage to face him. Their current situation was extremely bad. Because they had burnt their divine soul and blood essence in that last all-out strike, their current state wasn't even that of their peak condition. Facing Lin Ming, whose overwhelming momentum was like a sun, they couldn't think of any plan that would ensure their survival. Lin Ming, do you really want to kill us? We come from the 2 largest influences in the inner Azura Road, and the divine rulers of our divine kingdoms are both true divinities. If you kill us, then the only future left for you in the Azura Road is death. Moreover, don't forget that Soul Empress Sheng Mai is also in the final trial. There are some things you shouldn't know about, right? The reason the Soul Empress was able to enter the final trial was because my Divine Void Divine Kingdom gave her a spot. The Divine Void Crown Prince threateningly said. He knew that begging for mercy at this time was a futile gesture. If there were any hopes of Lin Ming allowing him to live, it would be because Lin Ming had some reservations about the potential fallout of their deaths. That was their only chance of surviving. But unfortunately, he was mistaken. Just as the Divine Void Crown Prince spoke, Lin Ming had already shot upwards. Kai. The black spear thrust out, piercing through the void. Meanwhile, The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone Avatar also rushed outwards, blocking off the escape route of the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame. Lin Ming wouldn't give them the slightest chance of escape. Let's fight. Seeing that there was no chance of escape, the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame decided to place all their chips on the table. Big Flame once more burnt his blood essence, and the Divine Void Crown Prince also burnt his divine soul. The two of them had already used their trump cards. Now, all they could do was rely on their own powers to attack Lin Ming. Yellow Spring's Swords Array. The Divine Void Crown Prince formed seals with his hands and shot out 12 flying swords. On each of these 12 flying swords there was an eye formed from flesh and blood. These eyes were covered with blood vessels, looking extremely strange and macabre. The Divine Void Crown Prince punched his own chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed onto the 12 swords, and the eyes on the swords became an even brighter red. Any martial artists with insufficient cultivation would only need to glance at these swords to feel their souls being drawn in, their minds falling into illusion. Without a doubt, these eyes each contained a divine soul attack. The Divine Void Crown Prince was a spiritus, and after using a variety of arcane abilities, his divine soul attacks were even deadlier than those of Duke Full Moon. Kai Kai Kai. 12 brilliant ruby-red beams shot out from the swords, covering Lin Ming. At the same time, Big Flame stepped forwards. Loud crackling sounds rang out from his body. His large body was now thick and tightly muscled. His skin shone with a metallic luster as if it were filled with an explosive strength. He grasped a blood-red saber and slashed out at Lin Ming. The Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame were both outstanding elites of their generation. Now that they joined together, their divine soul attack and physical attack both shot out at Lin Ming. Facing the attacks of these two, Lin Ming seemed completely unmoved. The moment that the 12 bright red divine lights flashed out, a deep blue light flashed out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The large success blue soul spear-shaped battle spirit howled outwards, circling through the skies, tearing apart those 12 red light. What? The Divine Void Crown Prince was shocked. Although he already expected that his attack wouldn't be able to harm Lin Ming, he never imagined that his Yellow Spring's Swords Array would be so easily shattered. Lin Ming's battle spirit had already reached an inconceivable boundary. It was hard to imagine that a human could have such accomplishments. Could it be he had no weakness? Facing such an opponent, the Divine Void Crown Prince felt suffocated. And at this time, after shattering the Yellow Spring's Sword Array, Lin Ming took a step forwards to welcome Big Flame's strike. 9 massive stars appeared behind Lin Ming. Their brilliance fell onto him like a waterfall, light shining out in the world. Lin Ming's bodily strength rose to that of 5 dragons. Astral essence wildly galloped outwards, causing the surrounding space to collapse. His pupils shrank. The black spear howled out like a flood dragon, smashing towards the approaching Big Flame. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black spear and blood-red saber collided. A divine light erupted, recklessly shooting out. 9 stars brought down their shining radiance. Big Flame's saber light was only able to resist it for a brief moment before being torn apart by Lin Ming's black spear light. The spear light's shockwaves contained a horrifying strength that struck Big Flame's chest. Big Flame shook, his entire body feeling as if he had been struck by a mountain. His ribs cracked as he wildly vomited blood. Lin Ming didn't give Big Flame any chance to recover. With a single step forwards, the black spear smashed into Big Flame's stomach, bending him like a shrimp. Big Flame's organs were already struck into a bloody mess by Lin Ming. Seeing this, the Divine Void Crown Prince felt despair surge within his heart. Lin Ming, I'll kill you like a dog, the Divine Void Crown Prince shouted. But at this time Lin Ming had already reached him. He was like a black azure death god, judging all to death with a single strike. Puff! The spear thrust through the Divine Void Crown Prince's protective spirit essence. After burning his divine soul 2 times, the Divine Void Crown Prince was almost exhausted of all strength. He simply didn't possess the ability to contend with Lin Ming. It was impossible for him to resist this spear. The cold spear light pierced through his chest and projected from his back. Blood shot into the air. Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. With a whirling humming sound, the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel came grinding down, covering the divine Void Crown Prince's body. Those who try to kill must face death themselves. Since you plotted against me killing you is only conforming to the principle of cause and effect in the heavenly Tao. Your soul will be sealed within the myriad demon karmic wheel to be used by me. Lin Ming's voice was cold and indifferent, the sentence passed down by a death god. The divine Void Crown Prince felt a powerful attraction force on his spiritual sea, making it feel as if his soul was about to be sucked out. This agonizing soul-tearing pain caused the divine Void Crown Prince to wail in agony. In despair he lost all ability to resist. His body was ruined and his soul was sucked into Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel, directly sealed away. After resolving the divine Void Crown Prince, Lin Ming turned and shot towards Big Flame. Chapter 1709, Killing and Sealing Them All. Chapter 1709, Killing and Sealing Them All. Black spear light pierced through the void. Covered in black scales, Lin Ming was a life-reaping death god. As for Big Flame, he was already completely exhausted of strength. It was no longer possible for him to compete with Lin Ming. Big Flame roared out and slashed his saber at Lin Ming. Ignoring all consequences, he combusted his blood essence a third time. However, because he had combusted too much blood essence, the blood essence he burnt now only gave him an extremely limited amount of strength. Lin Ming, if you kill me you will eventually accompany me in death. Sooner or later my Heaven Union Divine Kingdom will find out about your sins and they will pull out your marrow and refine your soul. Your family, your friends, your women, everyone will be killed off. Big Flame cursed out loud. Are those your last words? How meaningless. Lin Ming simply didn't bother with him. The grand mist space came shrouding down and all of Big Flame's shouts were sealed within the force field, unable to pass out. Slaughter demon array. Big Flame wiped his blood onto his saber. As the saber absorbed this blood it became an even deeper red and began to emit an ear-piercing hum. However, no matter what he tried, no matter what methods he had remaining, it was impossible for him to change the outcome of him dying. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. Atop the black spear, a dreadful strength began to gather, condensing and spinning as it turned into a black hole vortex. Eternal darkness. Space distorted. Big Flame's saber light was torn apart by the massive gravitational force of the black hole and even his protective astral essence shattered. In the next moment, Lin Ming's black spear pierced through Big Flame's heart. Hum hum hum. The myriad demon karmic wheel came grinding down as it sealed away Big Flame's soul. Thus, Big Flame and the divine Void Crown Prince, two proud sons of heaven, had been killed off by Lin Ming. After dealing with these two people, Lin Ming raised his spear and moved towards Duke Full Moon. At this time, because he had been caught up in the explosive shockwaves, Duke Full Moon's entire body was matted with blood and his face was a pale white. Beside him, the silver-armored warrior was already unconscious and had lost all combat strength, soon to be dead from his wounds. As Duke Full Moon looked at Lin Ming, his lips trembled. Facing imminent death, a martial artist's fear could surpass even that of a mortal. After all, a martial artist lived a far more splendid and wonderful life than a mortal. This feeling of controlling the world, of standing above all other mortal beings, this was an enchanting feeling one could become drunk on. Duke Full Moon had honor, wealth, high status, and so many other things that he didn't have enough time to enjoy. He wanted to become an Empyrean and receive the worship of countless trillions of lives, all of them prostrating themselves before him. For someone like him, dying in this damned land was one of the most terrifying matters possible. Lin Ming, don't kill me. Duke Full Moon clutched his chest, his voice shaking as he spoke. Blood constantly dribbled down from the corners of his mouth. The explosion of the Empyrean incarnations had harmed the source of his life, causing severe wounds that were extremely difficult to recover from. I know much information on many rare treasures. Moreover, I also have many treasures hidden around. All of these things I can give to you. If you don't believe me, you can place a slave seal in me and control my thoughts. I can. As Duke Full Moon saw the killing intent in Lin Ming's eyes become increasingly thick and heavy, he began to panic, losing all sense of thought. You want me to plant a slave seal within you? Lin Ming smiled. When Duke Full Moon attacked Lin Ming, he had used a variation of a slave seal spell to try and momentarily paralyze him. Unfortunately for him, his attempt had failed. Lin Ming continued, "I'm sorry, but the things you mention I have no need for. The only thing I want is for you to die." Wait, Duke Full Moon said, his face paling even further. But at this time, Lin Ming had already thrust out his black spear. Whoosh! As the spear thrust forwards, the space laws tightened around Duke Full Moon, binding down his futile struggles. Duke Full Moon's eyes turned blood red. With a final light sound, Lin Ming's spear thrust through his heart. Duke Full Moon's pupils instantly lost their focus. He looked at Lin Ming with disbelief in his eyes. He lifted his hands, grabbing onto the spear shaft, his entire body shaking. "Lin Ming, there will be a day when your bones are turned to ash," Duke Full Moon sputtered out. His eyes were thick with hatred. Every time he spoke a word, blood would gush out from his throat. Lin Ming placed his right foot on Duke Full Moon's chest and kicked, lifting out his spear. A fountain of blood shot out 3 feet high before splashing back down. "You still want to curse me in the last moments before your death? I've taken countless lives in my life, and if curses were actually useful, I fear I would have died over 10,000 times by now." As Lin Ming spoke, he swept out his spear and cut through Duke Full Moon's throat. Duke Full Moon's neck bent and he died on the spot, filled with everlasting regret and with grudges unsatisfied. Whirl. The myriad demon karmic wheel came spinning out. Duke Full Moon's soul was also imprisoned by Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. Like this, all of Lin Ming's enemies had been resolved. At this time, the myriad demon force field had already dissipated. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, shooting out little black fireballs that turned the corpses of the 4 dead martial artists into ashes. As for their spatial rings, they were all taken by Lin Ming. After a brief examination, he found a massive amount of pills, cultivation method jade slips, magic tools and so forth. Just in Empyrean spirit treasures there were 3. The Divine Void Crown Prince, Duke Full Moon, and Big Flame each possessed one. As peak disciples of true divinity influences, it wasn't strange for the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame to possess an Empyrean spirit treasure. As for Duke Full Moon, his Empyrean spirit treasure had been bought from the Divine Rune City auction with 2 billion points. It was the nameless ancient spear. At the time, Lin Ming had intentionally shouted out higher prices in order to trick Duke Full Moon into spending more. As a result, Duke Full Moon had to bleed out his wealth in order to buy this spear. And now, after so many years, this spear fell into Lin Ming's hands. Sometimes life could truly be ironic. Of course, Lin Ming didn't even bother glancing at this spear for too long. What he wanted now was the Black Dragon Spear. Besides the Empyrean spirit treasures, there were also many cultivation method jade slips and ordinary spirit treasures. Lin Ming wasn't too interested in these things. Although Heaven Union Divine Kingdom and Divine Void Divine Kingdom naturally had peak transcendent divine mights or even true divinity level cultivation methods, it was impossible for these cultivation method jade slips to end up in the hands of junior disciples. As for Duke Full Moon and the silver-armored warrior's jade slips, they were of a far lower quality. Simply speaking, none of their possessions were too tempting to Lin Ming. After taking inventory of the spatial rings, Lin Ming was considerably disappointed in Big Flame's possessions. He only had a few precious blood energy pills that caught Lin Ming's attention, as well as some bloodstones, a type of crystal similar in value to 9 sun jades. Big Flame was in truth extremely wealthy, but this wealth mostly came in the form of contribution points from Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. Naturally, these types of contribution points weren't useful to Lin Ming at all. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince, his possessions gave Lin Ming a pleasant surprise. After killing the Divine Void Crown Prince, Lin Ming also extracted an item from his inner world, a grey bracer. After investigating this bracer, he found that it was actually a spatial storage treasure. Although it wasn't an Empyrean spirit treasure, the difference wasn't too far off. And in this bracer, there was a massive amount of rare and precious materials as well as a pile of soul crystals. Soul crystals were the energy stones of the spiriters, equivalent to 9 sun jades of humanity. After a quick count, Lin Ming found that the Divine Void Crown Prince had over 2,000 soul crystals in this bracer. With all of those rare and precious materials added on, the Divine Void Crown Prince's wealth left Lin Ming dumbfounded. Perhaps even a poor Empyrean might not be as wealthy as this. This Divine Void Crown Prince probably found the divine depository of some dead Empyrean, otherwise he wouldn't be so wealthy. Lin Ming quickly surmised. It wasn't strange for a character like the Divine Void Crown Prince to have such a lucky chance. Even so, that lucky chance was Lin Ming's benefit now. Lin Ming had used up far too many 9 Sun Jades in the Azura Road, and now with this extra boost of wealth, he immediately became ridiculously rich again. Lin Ming put the bracer into his inner world. After finishing all of this, he didn't go to take the Black Dragon Spear. Rather, he thought for a moment and then took out the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel once more. Because the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel had absorbed a massive amount of demonic energy, it had neared a saturated state. The surface of the wheel glowed with a ghostly black light, causing anyone who looked at it to fall into a daze. Lin Ming began to move his fingers, forming hundreds of seals. Black energy started to emit from the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. This was the Black Dragon Phantom that Lin Ming had sealed away. This black energy tumbled in the air, as if it wanted to fuse back together. But every time it tried, it was scattered by the law curse seals released by Lin Ming. Stop struggling. Your body has already been scattered by me and your primordial spirit sealed away. You are already finished. Lin Ming lightly said. Brat, you are truly ruthless. Thoughts filled with murderous intent spread out from the black energy. But then, these murderous thoughts became those of cackling laughter. You think that you can obtain the Black Dragon Spear because you sealed me? Keep on dreaming. If you have the courage then kill me, but if you do then you'll never obtain the Black Dragon Spear, ha ha ha. Chapter 1710, Swallowing the Memories. Chapter 1710, Swallowing the Memories. Oh, I won't be able to obtain the Black Dragon Spear if I kill you. Lin Ming looked towards the Black Dragon Phantom and clasped his hands behind his back as if he simply didn't care about its threat. The Black Dragon Phantom diabolically grinned. Since it was imprisoned by Lin Ming, it knew that escape was futile, so it gave up its struggles. That's right, if you don't believe me then you can try yourself. I used a full billion years to take the Black Dragon Spear as a foundation to lay down the Myriad Demon Grand Array. Within this array formation, there is an amount of demonic energy as vast as the sea. For these past several billion years I have been constantly killing off trial challengers to accumulate their energy, otherwise why do you think I would bother? Oh, so that's how it is. Before this, Lin Ming had already discovered that the Black Dragon Phantom itself wasn't too strong. But, using the demonic energy it gathered, it was able to instantly kill a top master like Juku. However, there was a condition in order to accomplish this, and that was that it had to be within a certain range of the Black Dragon Spear. In other words, it had to take advantage of the array formation present in order to display its greatest combat strength. As for this Black Dragon Spear's array formation, it had been strengthened over billions of years and was exceedingly firm. Wanting to forcefully break through it was a near impossibility. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and then his fingers glided through the air. Tiny faint runes spread out. At the corners of Lin Ming's eyes, tiny Azura curse seals began to appear. He wanted to use the Azura Heavenly Tao to see through the flaws of this array formation. The Black Dragon maniacally laughed. Don't waste your time. The grand array I laid down has nothing to do with the Azura Heavenly Tao. It's only that afterwards I managed to obtain an incomplete cultivation method for the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Because I could sense the profundity within this cultivation method, I then decided to integrate it into the array. Do you think that just because you understand the Azura Heavenly Tao you can break through my array formation? You are far too naive. I spent billions of years on this array, constantly reinforcing it with sacrifices of flesh and blood. No matter how high your cultivation or your understanding of array diagrams is, you will never be able to break past it. The Black Dragon Phantom chuckled, completely confident in its array formation. I see. The curse seals around Lin Ming's eyes began to fade away. If what the Black Dragon Phantom said was true, It would take a considerable amount of time to break through this array formation. At best, Lin Ming would need to spend dozens of days here before he could take the Black Dragon Spear. But that was far too long a time. He still needed to go to the 5th level. Thus, you had best release me. The truth is that you and I have conflicts of interest. I admit that I had wanted to swallow you up, but in this world there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If you release me, then I promise you I will help open the array formation and you can take the Black Dragon Spear. After that, you and I will both mind our own business. The river water will not interfere with the well water. How about it? The Black Dragon Phantom temptingly said as it saw Lin Ming remain silent. Of course, I will need you to take a heart demon oath and also place a curse on yourself. In addition, you will also need to sign a blood contract before I am willing to help you break the array. Otherwise, there is no way I can believe you. Seeing Lin Ming still deep in thought, as if he had no other plan, the Black Dragon Phantom's expression became increasingly confident. It secretly thought, this brat, he definitely desires the Black Dragon Spear. If he cannot obtain it, he will never give up. In a situation where he has no other method, he will definitely choose to cooperate with me. As for my ancient blood contract, as long as he signs it he will receive a curse. Hehe, at that time, once I am released and can return to the array formation, I can look for a chance to turn defeat into victory and swallow him whole. This little beast, if I do not imprison and torture his soul for 10,000 years, I will never be able to rid the hatred within my heart. As the Black Dragon Phantom was deep in thought, a fierce light lit up in its eyes. But at the same time, it also felt uneasy. Lin Ming was not easy to deal with. It had personally experienced Lin Ming's cunning with its body, and it wasn't sure if its plan could be implemented too smoothly. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, staring at the Black Dragon Phantom. As if realizing something, a brilliance began to shine in his eyes, making the Black Dragon Phantom feel a little weak of heart. It was as if all its thoughts just now had been seen through by Lin Ming. It put away its thoughts of betraying Lin Ming, afraid that Lin Ming was reading its mind. What are you looking at? Have you finished making your decision? The Black Dragon Phantom ominously said. Even so, it lacked energy in its heart. At this time, Lin Ming smiled. I have. Heh. A wise man can adapt to the current trends. If you kill me, there is no advantage for you. Rather, the Black Dragon Spear is the most important to you. Hurry up and undo my seal and then sign the blood contract with me. You are a crafty and sinister little boy. It's impossible for me to believe your words alone. Only a contract and a heart demon oath are things I will believe in. The Black Dragon Phantom looked at Lin Ming, its thoughts wildly racing. This was the most crucial period. It had to lure Lin Ming into agreeing to its conditions. However, it always felt that Lin Ming's thoughts were too deep and it had never been able to grasp his true thoughts. All right, then I will undo your seal. Lin Ming smiled and waved his hand, bringing the grand mist space shrouding down over him and the Black Dragon Phantom, completely isolating them from the outside. Under the cover of the grand mist space, no senses were able to search within. Whether someone wanted to leave or someone wanted to enter, they would have to break through the Grand Mist Space's enchantment first in order to do so. Seeing this, the Black Dragon Phantom laughed. You even laid down your force field. Are you afraid that I'll run away? Ha! You really worry too much. As the Black Dragon said this, it sinisterly smiled in its mind. Run? Why would I run? How can I give up this array formation that I spent billions of years forming? If I ran away, my losses would be far too great. I must swallow you and restore my lost blood energy. Since you plundered my demonic energy, I will make sure you pay it back twofold. Although the Black Dragon Phantom was crazily shouting out in its heart, it remained calm on the surface. At this time, Lin Ming raised his right palm upwards. Atop his palm, space distorted and a black vortex appeared. He shook his head. The reason I laid down this force field is not because I am afraid you'll run away, but because I needed to conceal something. Something that I cannot allow anyone else to discover. As Lin Ming spoke, a black cube began to appear above his palm. This black cube was mysterious and simple. Its surface was covered with all sorts of strange lines. This was the magic cube. Seeing this black cube, the black dragon phantom's pupils shrank. It didn't recognize the magic cube, but it felt a deep fear swelling forth from the depths of its being. "What is that?" the black dragon phantom calmly asked, trying to put up a brave front. Although it didn't know what this object was, it felt chills zapping its heart. Lin Ming said, "I call this the magic cube. It is an ancient divine tool. Of my current achievements, over half of them are thanks to this object." Lin Ming seemed to be casually speaking, but as the black dragon phantom heard these words, its mind began to shake. What is the meaning of this? If what Lin Ming said was true, then this magic cube was undoubtedly his greatest secret. Yet, he was revealing his secret to it. Before the black dragon phantom could respond, the magic cube shot out a dark light like the end of times. In a brief instant, this light covered the black dragon phantom. The black dragon phantom felt as if its soul was covered in corrosive acid. It began to emit painful shrieks. "Ah!" The black dragon phantom wildly struggled. However, its entire body was sucked into the magic cube and torn apart by the terrifying black vortex. What are you doing?" A pained howl spread into Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming's complexion was cold and indifferent. He lightly said, "I wasn't interested in you to begin with, but since you said that I cannot take away the black dragon spear without your help, I've decided to wipe away your soul mark and read your memories. I will find out the method to break through the array formation myself." What did you say?" The black dragon phantom was shocked. Before it could respond to Lin Ming's words, its consciousness was rapidly submerged in the horrifying vortex of energy as its very sense of self was being slowly wiped away, leaving it in endless pain. This feeling of having one's soul mark written off was beyond description. The black dragon phantom felt like its soul was being shredded to bits by 10,000 blades, gnawed upon by countless insects. Before long, the black dragon phantom's soul mark had completely vanished, turning into nothing but pure memories. As its soul mark vanished, this also signaled its true death. Lin Ming thrust out his hand and swallowed all of these memories. Swallowing ownerless memories wasn't easy for Lin Ming. He needed a long time to process them all. And, this black dragon phantom had lived for billions of years and experienced far too many complicated things. Lin Ming directly discarded all unnecessary memories, otherwise he would never be able to read through all of them even given hundreds of years. A massive amount of memory fragments was tossed away by Lin Ming. Through the countless streams of information, Lin Ming searched for things that were useful to him. This process continued for a long time. Slowly, Lin Ming came to understand many things. This black dragon phantom wasn't a true dragon to begin with. It was originally an evil spirit, and after it found the black dragon spear, it slowly fused with it, using the black dragon spear as its foundation to cultivate. The reason that it appeared in the shape of a dragon was because there was a fragment of remnant dragon will left within the black dragon spear. This was because the artifact spirit of the black dragon spear had been a true dragon spirit, but this dragon spirit had already vanished long before the evil spirit had found it. Otherwise, the black dragon spear would never have allowed an evil spirit to enter. After this evil spirit entered the black dragon spear, it fused with the black dragon aura in the spear shaft and gained the characteristics of a dragon. But, its true nature always remained cruel and sinister. For so many years, this evil spirit had used the changing terrain of the fourth level to avoid characters like Sheng Mai that could truly pose a threat to it. Only when people like the divine Void Crown Prince appeared would it reveal itself in order to tempt them close and steal away their flesh and blood essence. As Lin Ming discovered this, he was secretly dumbfounded. This evil spirit was truly crafty. A great reason he was able to subdue it was also because of luck. As he was thinking this, his thoughts perked up. In the memories of the evil spirit, Lin Ming had finally found the method to open up the array formation. The demonic energy gathering array formation around the black dragon spear wasn't too profound, but after being refined for billions of years, this simple array formation was nearly impossible to unravel. Now that Lin Ming found the related memories, it finally became incomparably easy to undo. Chapter 1711, Receiving the Dragon Spear. Chapter 1711, Receiving the Dragon Spear. Lin Ming used a full 2 days to process the Black Dragon Phantom's memories. The useful memories were all recorded in his mind. As for the leftover energy of the Black Dragon Phantom, that was gathered and placed into his inner world. In a corner of Lin Ming's inner world there was a jet-black oval-shaped object, as lustrous and shiny as black jade. This was the Black Dragon Egg. Lin Ming's idea was extremely simple. Since the Black Dragon Phantom had absorbed some fragments of remnant will from the Black Dragon Spear's dragon spirit, then it really did have the legitimate strength of the dragon race. Since he had killed the evil spirit, he naturally couldn't waste this strength. Allowing the dragon egg to absorb it was just right. The remaining energy of the Black Dragon Phantom turned into a thick mist that gathered around the dragon egg. Beneath Lin Ming's control, the dragon egg was like a sponge that absorbed the black mist like water. For a time, the lines atop the dragon egg became even deeper and more profound. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming let out a light breath of relief. To hatch a dragon egg was an extremely long process. Lin Ming had already nourished the dragon egg with all sorts of heavenly materials and god-beast energies for over 60 years. All of these auras and energies had gathered completely into the dragon egg and became a part of its strength. The strength within had reached a strange and dreadful amount. After the baby dragon hatched, it would possess a powerful mortal body. After the dragon egg absorbed all of the black mist, Lin Ming moved towards the Black Dragon Spear. As Lin Ming stepped atop the ancient dark rock, he could feel an icy wind breeze past him, chilling to the soul. Woo woo woo. The cries of ghosts echoed in the air. The evil spirits and fierce ghosts contained within the demonic energy had once been outstanding elites. After being killed by the Black Dragon Phantom, their souls had been imprisoned within, forever unable to die in peace. Their once glorious futures had been turned into nothing but fleeting clouds. As Lin Ming thought of this, he was filled with emotion. The road of martial artists was exorbitantly dangerous. A single wrong step could lead one beyond any hope of redemption. After Lin Ming arrived 100 feet away from the Black Dragon Spear, the rich and potent demonic energy was already thick to the point of substantializing into ghostly beings that shot towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was already prepared. He moved forwards in a strange pattern according to the memories of the Black Dragon Phantom. With every step he took, he stepped upon a singularity point of the array formation. At the same time, Lin Ming constantly formed seals that shielded him from the demonic energy. Lin Ming walked closer and closer to the Black Dragon Spear. He could already feel the horrifying aura of the weapon. This was a spear that had lost its artifact spirit. Even so, the terrifying atmosphere around it was enough to leave one alarmed and shaking in fear. Without a doubt, this spear had once drunk its fill of blood from countless powerful existences. These existences had all been heroes of the world or ancient desolate variation races. Amongst these existences were unrivaled geniuses, empyreans, true divinities, archaic god-beasts, and also the masters of many races that were long extinct. Divine bodies, variation bodies, divine blood, there was an incomprehensible number of rare physiques that Lin Ming could never imagine. 10 billion years ago, geniuses with limitless potential had sprung up one after another. At that time, humans, saints, and spiriters had been small and weak species. The ancient races ran wild through the 33 heavens. Wars raged between the races all year round and heroes poured forth into the vast universe. This spear was stained with the blood of all those powerhouses. After another 10 billion years of accumulating energy and being nourished by the laws of the 33 heavens and the rich heaven and earth origin energy within the final trial, as well as the flesh and blood of so many dead trial challengers, the quality of the spear had reached unimaginable boundaries. But, where had the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit gone? Did it follow the Azura Roadmaster and leave? Or could it be that it wasn't able to withstand countless years of erosion and had faded from the world? All sorts of speculations flashed through Lin Ming's mind. But what was without a doubt was that if the artifact spirit was still within the Black Dragon Spear, the spear's might would increase by several times over. To be more accurate, if the Black Dragon Spear still had its artifact spirit, then it wouldn't be only a simple weapon, it would be able to fight on its own. And because the Black Dragon Spear had once followed the Azura Roadmaster, or at least his avatar, the artifact spirit likely understood the Azura heavenly Tao. Its strength was likely extraordinary and it had probably reached an Empyrean level cultivation. In other words, even an Empyrean might not be a match for the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit. Lin Ming slowly approached. It was only after an hour that he arrived in front of the Black Dragon Spear. The shaft of this ancient weapon had been baptized within the river of time and didn't have the slightest bit of shine to it. There were dense red lines that faintly shined on the shaft, as if blood had stained the weapon and had been left through the years. These lines. Lin Ming was shocked. According to common logic, it was impossible for ordinary blood to contaminate such a divine weapon and especially impossible for it to leave behind any traces. Moreover, after 10 billion years, no matter what blood it was, it should have already turned to dust. But now, no matter how he looked at these lines, they came from bloodstains. There was only a single explanation, and it was that this blood came from the incredibly powerful existences that had been slain beneath the Black Dragon Spear. Only such divine blood would be able to leave behind these stained lines on such a weapon. Lin Ming inexplicably remembered the final step of the Blue Stone Road where he had seen the ghost of some ancient race's god king. That person likely surpassed the boundaries of true divinity, or was at least an extreme true divinity. Could this blood be his? Lin Ming was silent for a moment. After he stood there for a long time, he took a deep breath and grasped the shaft of the Black Dragon Spear. For a time, countless images flooded through Lin Ming's mind. It was like he had been placed upon an ancient Buddha-slaying battlefield with the flames of war rising from all directions. He saw a divine pillar of light shoot into the endless blue skies. He saw the catastrophe of the world, where countless god kings perished. All of these ghostly images had happened over billions of years. But to Lin Ming, they all passed through his mind in a flash. Ka. Crimson Azura Heavenly Tao curse seals appeared over Lin Ming's body. The Black Dragon Spear was constantly pulled out by him. The cold spear point was pulled free from the mysterious black rock. The Black Dragon Spear that had been slumbering here for 10 billion years was finally able to see the light of day. As Lin Ming grasped this spear in his hand, the first thing he thought was, "This is heavy." This spear was absolutely the heaviest weapon Lin Ming had ever encountered. The dreadful weight surpassed 10 billion jins. It was hard to imagine just what the material used to forge it was. Even with Lin Ming's strength, wielding this spear was extremely straining, and the most unusual thing of all was that this spear shaft actually retained flexibility. It was just that this flexibility required a terrifying strength in order to show it. With Lin Ming's current bodily strength, even if he opened all his Tao palaces and bent the spear shaft with all his strength, he would only be able to bend it a little. It was impossible for him to bend it like a crescent moon. Incredible. Lin Ming whispered. He was confident in his body transformation technique, but in front of this spear, his strength seemed lacking. Whether it was the spear's weight or elasticity, with Lin Ming's current boundary in cultivating his body, he still had far too many problems. Realizing this, Lin Ming thought it was a bit laughable. Duke Full Moon and the others tried so hard to obtain this spear, but by relying on their cultivation system, even if they succeeded in obtaining this Black Dragon Spear, they would only be able to look at it. None of them would have been able to wield it. In front of this Black Dragon Spear, Lin Ming's body transformation system boundary was lacking. So, he tried another method. He revolved the essence gathering system and prepared to move the spear. Without any hesitation, he opened the heretical god force. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. Origin energy surged forth like a tide, rising up around the Black Dragon Spear. Hum hum hum. The Black Dragon Spear welcomed it all. Every tiny ounce of energy was poured into it. It was like trying to fill a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy Lin Ming poured into it, it was impossible for him to fill it up. Lin Ming exhausted all of his true essence, pouring all of his strength into the spear until he reached his limit. Even so, the spear didn't have any major reaction, only emitting a faint black light on the spear shaft. If this were any other weapon, then with the amount of energy that Lin Ming poured in, it would have already been radiating a blazing divine light as if it would burn down. After completing this experiment, Lin Ming could only ruefully smile. He had determined that with his current strength, he could just barely manage to wield this black dragon spear. And he wouldn't even be able to display a tenth of the spear's strength. Even if he used the essence gathering system, he also needed to open the Dao palaces in order to swing this spear freely. If he attacked with this black dragon spear, although he would obtain an immense striking power, the energy and blood vitality he would have to consume was simply astonishing. It seems I can't use the black dragon spear freely right now. Only when I'm facing a powerful enemy can I take out this spear as a final trump card. Moreover, this spear already surpasses an Empyrean spirit treasure. If news of it were to spread out, then there would likely be many people coveting it. I fear I would have to face the hunt of countless supreme elders. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he put away the black dragon spear. Although he had obtained this divine weapon, in ordinary times Lin Ming would have to use the Phoenix Blood Spear. Only in times of desperation, when all his other cards had been used, could he use this spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear could be called a weapon that had grown up together with Lin Ming. In the future, the Phoenix Blood Spear would be slowly refined into an Empyrean spirit treasure and eventually develop its own true artifact spirit. But the only problem was that this process would take an extremely long time, at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Only then would the Phoenix Blood Spear be able to reveal its fearful strength. But for the current Lin Ming, this rate of growth would take far too long. As Lin Ming turned to leave, he saw that in the distant horizon, a massive pillar of divine light shot up into the skies, piercing through the horizon. Lin Ming was startled. As he focused his eyes, he could see the dazzling divine light, and above that were countless dark clouds. Because of this pillar of divine light, a jet-black space crack was slowly opening up in the sky. This space crack became increasingly large and wide. Even from such a great distance away, Lin Ming could faintly see the images within this space crack. It was like another world was contained within. Lin Ming's mind stirred. This is the opening of the final trial's 5th level. It wasn't just Lin Ming who saw this, but all other martial artists on the 4th level also saw this scene. With this, everyone's ventures and struggles in the 4th level began to slowly die down. He could see that the white beam of light was actually a beautiful woman in blue clothes. The ground shrank beneath her feet. Wherever she passed, the entire world would be wrapped with a layer of snow and ice, forests, rivers, and even mountains. Everything was frozen over in large tracts. Soul Empress Sheng Mai. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat and he held his breath. Facing someone like Sheng Mai who could decide his life or death instantly, Lin Ming felt a little harried. This was especially true since he had just killed the divine Void Crown Prince. Everyone had already discovered Soul Empress Sheng Mai approaching. In a moment she arrived in front of the crowd. Thin threads of icy blue fire floated around her body, as if it were bringing an endless winter to the world. This biting cold constantly radiated out from her body, spreading all around. Even the wasteland beneath her feet became covered with white frost. Those that could arrive at the center of the 4th level were all outstandingly strong, proud children of heaven. Even so, several people weren't able to withstand that strange cold air and quietly drew back several steps. This cold air. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, looking at the blue-clothed woman in front of him with a little bit of surprise. In his impression, although Sheng Mai was a proud and lofty character, she usually remained low-key and kept to herself. It was unlike her to be so aggressive and imperious today. Looking closer at Sheng Mai, Lin Ming noticed someone different about her. At her waist, there was a peculiar ribbon that seemed like it was made of scales and yet not made of scales, made of silk but not made of silk. Countless tiny runes floated around the ribbon like sand in a desert storm, sparkling around it. The cold air that seemed as if it could freeze all of existence was being emitted by this strange ribbon. That thing is. Lin Ming was stunned. If he wasn't wrong, then this ribbon was likely something Sheng Mai had obtained from the 4th level. After Sheng Mai appeared, her gaze casually swept over the surroundings. Then, her vision rested on Lin Ming for a brief moment, a hint of interest appearing in her eyes. This Lin Ming, compared to the last time she saw him, he was much stronger, as if he had been completely reborn. Moreover, there was some inexplicable ghostly black energy that wrapped around him. It was unknown just what he had experienced in the 4th level. How interesting. Sheng Mai's lips curved in a slight smile. She was in a very good mood right now, and the reason was the ribbon at her waist. Lin Ming's guess wasn't wrong. The last time Sheng Mai entered the final trial, she had discovered this ribbon. But she hadn't taken it, only leaving a special mark on it. Afterwards, Sheng Mai gathered herself from her previous defeat and after arriving at the 4th level, went straight towards where the mark was. After a great deal of trouble, she finally obtained this ribbon. This ribbon was not an offensive spirit treasure. Its use was to gather and converge the cold energy between the heavens and earth. It would be extremely useful to Sheng Mai in nourishing her ice phoenix. Sheng Mai indifferently smiled. Then at this time, she was slightly startled. She looked up at the shattered space above her head. Lin Ming also looked up. Rumble, rumble, rumble. High in the air, the chaotic energy began to spin around, becoming a massive black vortex. Faintly, one could see star-bright runes shimmer around it. These runes were like isolated floating islands, vast and limitless, carrying with them a unique aura along with the power of laws. Every rune was different. Some were ancient and profound, making Lin Ming feel as if he could feel the wonders of the beginning of the universe. This is. Everyone looked up to the heavens. Many of these people had already been waiting at the entrance to the 5th level for a long time. But because flying was restricted here, they weren't able to enter. Now, these changes occurring within the world was likely the turnaround of the situation. All of the runes began to shine together, releasing a magnificent light that shot deeper into the black vortex, as if they were summoning something from within. Gradually, from the deepest depths of the black vortex, a dim light responded. Vast and boundless fluctuations of strength that caused the heart to race began to come closer and closer. A crimson rune fell down, accompanied by twisting red lightning that was as thick as a mountain. As the rune struck the earth, the ground shivered and split apart, forming a vast hole that was over 10,000 feet wide. More blood-colored runes crashed down like meteors, leaving massive gaping holes that eventually coalesced into a pitch-black abyss. Witnessing this horrifying momentum, Lin Ming was secretly panic-stricken. At this time, he was still over 100 miles away from the red lightning. After absorbing the Azura blood, his spirit, body, and soul force had all rapidly improved, and his mentality had been tempered greatly. Even so, he still couldn't help but feel his heart shake at this scene before him. As for the geniuses nearby, they all paled. The massive pressure exuding from the black vortex as well as the giant runes falling down with arcs of lightning pressed down on them, extremely difficult for them to withstand. Of them, some were heavily wounded and began shaking. The light shooting out from the black vortex became increasingly dazzling. Then, with a resounding ring, a vast white platform, surging with sparkling dawn light, slowly revealed itself as it blocked out the skies. Bang! The stone platform fell onto the ground. This platform was primal and pure, as if it had been born at the beginning of the universe. It contained the atmosphere of endless years. Just looking at it, one was unable to see from edge to edge. Atop this platform there were mountains and streams, raging rivers, flowers and insects, birds and beasts, all of them filled with life. Their vitality formed infinite flows of origin energy that surged like an endless river. On this stone platform, life had been bred just like a planet. But outside of it, there were some strange laws that locked in the space so that none of the essence energy within could flow out. Countless dense runes shimmered along the outside of the stone platform, protecting the world within. This world's strange laws belonged to one of the 33 heavens. Feeling the power of laws within the world of this ancient platform, Lin Ming felt his heart racing. The black vortex in the skies continued to spin, with more and more light shining out. This time, a deep crimson platform came falling down, one rank with the smell of blood. This blood-red platform was slightly smaller than the previous white stone platform. On this platform there were billowing yellow spring rivers. An appalling blood-drenched aura winded about the platform like snakes of blood. White bones piled up like mountains and demons slaughtered each other throughout the platform. Outside of this bloody world, one of the laws of the 33 heavens lingered about it. Who. One after another, more and more stone platforms fell down from the swirling black vortex. Each platform was ancient and desolate, carrying with it one of the differed great Tao laws of the 33 heavens. These stone platforms were each smaller than the last. As they stacked atop each other, they were like stairs that rose up, straight to the heavens. Slowly, people began to understand. Because the space around the entrance to the 5th level restricted flying, it was impossible for them to fly up. They would have to crawl up these giant stone platforms. These were sky-piercing steps that the final trial had prepared for them. Although these were only stairs, the momentum they gave off was beyond terrifying. Everyone was shocked, speechless. But in a corner, Lin Ming's eyes focused and his pupils contracted. He stared at this incomparably massive stairway to heaven before him, rough waves rising up in his heart. After counting all the stone platforms, there just happened to be 33 of them. This sort of structure, this majestic feeling. Wasn't this the divine seal altar? Lin Ming was bewildered. Dozens of years ago he had joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, and the goal of the semifinals had been to climb up the Divine Seal altar. But the Divine Seal altar then was only an imitation created by Empyrean vast universe. Could the true Divine Seal altar have been in the Azura Road's final trial all along? Chapter 1713, Climbing the Divine Seal Altar. Chapter 1713, Climbing the Divine Seal Altar. The 33 stone platforms each resonated with each other like chords of music in a strange sympathetic harmony. Countless runes flashed and wove together, stretching to the ends of time, emitting a fearful, heart-stopping pressure. Compared to this massive divine seal altar, the largest mountain in the 4th level was nothing but a little stone. It was like every step of this divine seal altar was its own ancient world. However, what shocked Lin Ming the most was that he could faintly see large phantoms on every step. The aura of laws emitting from these phantoms were all different, but they fused together flawlessly with the great Tao laws of the stone platforms, perfectly harmonious. As for the peak of the divine seal altar, the giant space crack there released endless beams of energy and arcs of lighting. The flashes of light carried with them a terrifying strength, one able to tear through space and reach into the far-off distances. Giant tornadoes emerged from the pitch-black abyss that had been dug out from the earth. The surrounding martial artists found it hard to remain steady. Divine Seal Altar. It's really the Divine Seal Altar. Lin Ming could already confirm that every step of the 33 levels of this Divine Seal Altar contained different laws. It could be said that within this entire vast world, the only one who possessed the ability to create something so magnificent was the Azura Road Master. But what about Empyrean Divine Seal's Divine Seal Altar? Could it be that Empyrean Divine Seal was the Azura Road Master's reincarnation within the Divine Realm? Lin Ming immediately thought. The Azura Road Master had reincarnated 33 times. One life, one Empyrean, one life, one divinity. According to the preface of the Azura Sutra, the Azura Road Master had used 100 million years during each reincarnation to become a true divinity powerhouse. Afterwards, he had fused all 33 reincarnations together and surpassed the boundaries of a true divinity. If this were true, then Empyrean Divine Seal was unlikely to be the Azura Road Master's reincarnation. This was because the Azura Road Master had lived 10 billion years ago. 10 billion years ago, that was a time when ancient races filled the universe, each one striving for supremacy. At that time, the Azura Road Master should have already experienced his 33 reincarnations and established the Azura Road. As for Empyrean Divine Seal, he had only existed 6 billion years ago. During that era, the 3 races of humans, saints, and spiriters ruled the 33 heavens. The difference in time was far too great. Moreover, Empyrean Divine Seal was a tragic story. He seemed to have perished because of humanity's calamity. If he really was the reincarnation of the Azura Road Master, then perhaps he wouldn't have died saving humanity. Even his Divine Seal altar seemed to have shattered. The reason Empyrean Vast Universe had been able to create an imitation of the Divine Seal altar was because he had obtained a fragment of the true Divine Seal altar. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have seen the phantom of Empyrean Divine Seal when he climbed up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar. Thinking of this, Lin Ming came up with his own hypothesis. 6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal should also have come to the final trial, and he saw this same scene as he tried to go from the 4th level to the 5th. After climbing the 33 steps, Empyrean Divine Seal had relied upon the comprehensions he obtained here to create his own Divine Seal altar. Afterwards, that Divine Seal altar became one of Empyrean Divine Seal's lifetime magic weapons. Lin Ming found it hard to keep his calm. He never thought that 6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal also climbed up this ancient 33-step altar. Lin Ming took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Soul Empress Sheng Mai. He only saw her staring at the Divine Seal altar, her eyes shining with a splendid light as she too found it hard to remain calm. From her expression, this was clearly the first time she had seen the Divine Seal altar. The tests one faced in the final trial were ever-changing and not every situation would be identical. During the last final trial that Soul Empress Sheng Mai attended, she had probably experienced something else when she went from the 4th level to the 5th. What large stone steps! Are we supposed to crawl our way up? Many martial artists were left utterly speechless as they stared at the incomparably gigantic Divine Seal altar. It looks like that's what we will have to do. It's impossible to reach the 5th level by flying. We'll have to crawl up, and this stone altar doesn't look easy to crawl up at all. Every trial from here on out is far, far harder. Let's rush up and get as much as we can completed. Many martial artists looked at each other, their resolve steeled. It wasn't easy for many of them to arrive this far. As for the 5th level of the final trial, that would undoubtedly be far more difficult than the 4th. Unless there was some major upset, they would likely be stopped here. Go. For a time, numerous trial challengers shot up towards the Divine Seal altar, climbing up high. The ground beneath their feet shattered from the recoil force. Using all sorts of secret techniques, they were like fish diving through the Dragon Gate, soaring towards the top of the Divine Seal altar. Beneath the space crack leading to the 5th level, one could still fly up to around 1,000 feet. But the further one went, the greater the pressure would be. Many martial artists flew up around 1,000 feet and weren't able to withstand the dreadful pressure anymore. They fell onto the walls of the Divine Seal altar and were forced to grab the rough stone cliffs. Then, with their grip on the stone cliffs, they propelled themselves upwards once more. Again and again, these trial challengers would jump up hundreds of feet at a time. They were considerably fast. Beneath the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming watched all of this occur from the corners of his eyes. He soon discovered that the pressure falling down from the Divine Seal altar affected different people in different ways. Martial artists with higher cultivations experienced a suppressive force far more intense than those with lower cultivations. The higher one's cultivation, the more pressure there is. It wasn't just Lin Ming that discovered this, but many other trial challengers also. The pressure coming from the skies above the Divine Seal altar revolved according to some strange laws. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the repulsing force was. Thus, martial artists with higher cultivation had no advantage here at all. If one only had a high cultivation but was a complete mess in every other aspect, they would truly suffer climbing upwards. In other words, the Divine Seal altar was a test of one's foundation. How interesting. The Gate of Law's difficulty was dependent on my skeletal age, but the difficulty of this Divine Seal altar is dependent on my cultivation. When I broke through into the half-step Holy Lord realm on the 3rd level, it seems that it made this Divine Seal altar more difficult for me to climb instead. In this final trial, an endless variety of methods could be brought out to test a trial challenger. Their talent, absolute strength, foundation, comprehension of laws, all sorts of qualities could be tested here without end. Lin Ming immediately thought of all this and increasingly anticipated just what the last levels of the final trial would be like. But he didn't immediately climb up the Divine Seal altar. Within his heart, he felt faintly restless. So much time had passed and yet he hadn't seen a hint of Xiao Moxian. Although Lin Ming felt that with Xiao Moxian's strength and destiny, it was impossible for her to meet some calamitous danger in the 4th level. But worry was irrational to begin with. If he didn't see Xiao Moxian, Mo Bright Moon, and the others appear, he couldn't help but find it hard to remain calm. On another side, Sheng Mai also didn't move. She floated 100 feet higher in the air, her blue clothes fluttering about her, her eyes as deep as moons and her black hair as soft as snow. There was a man standing behind Sheng Mai. This man had a naked upper body and his entire chest was covered with strange mysterious tattoos. His muscles were thick and overlapping, as if they had been shaped by the endless washing of water. He emitted a deeply masculine but magnificent atmosphere. When Sheng Mai requested 3 spots from Soul Emperor Divine Void, the 2 extra spots were for her followers. This man was one of them. Throughout this entire time he had kept an extremely low profile, not revealing the least bit about himself. Even Lin Ming wasn't able to judge his strength. Lady Soul Empress, this level seems disadvantageous to us. The tattooed man looked at the divine seal altar, frowning as he spoke. Sheng Mai lightly shook her head. It's far from being disadvantageous. This is a fair test, one that doesn't look at age and only at one's foundation. From here on out, the trials we face will not discriminate. Cultivation will not bring one any advantages, but I never needed those advantages to begin with. Sheng Mai said with supreme confidence. The final trials, non-discriminatory trials, were the most basic of trials. In these tests where trial challengers would obtain greatly different results from each other, everyone would be placed at the same starting line. The Gate of Laws was this way and so was the Divine Seal Altar. The 5th level of the final trial would also be like this. Towards these things, Sheng Mai had already mentally prepared herself. Dragon's Car, let's go. As Sheng Mai spoke, she flew towards the Divine Seal Altar. Behind her, Dragon's Car followed closely. As Sheng Mai flew up into the skies, because her cultivation was far too high, the pressure she had to withstand was far greater. As her true essence fiercely collided with the pressure of laws, the friction emitted a dazzling divine light. Kai kai kai. Underneath the impact of this divine light, the layers of ice crystals that floated around Sheng Mai began to shatter in abundance, freezing the void. The momentum with which Sheng Mai climbed the Divine Seal Altar was one that no other martial artist could compare with. For a time, many trial challengers slowed their pace to look at Sheng Mai, their eyes full of awe and praise. Even beneath a pressure that far surpassed what anyone else was experiencing, Sheng Mai was still able to rise like a rising beam of light, her speed far faster than the rest. Chapter 1714, Xiao Moxian's Change. Chapter 1714, Xiao Moxian's Change. Underneath the gazes of everyone, Sheng Mai only used half an incense stick of time to climb up the first step of the Divine Seal Altar. The next fastest person was only 3/4 of the way up. Too fierce. Many trial challengers exclaimed. They knew that the pressure Sheng Mai had to withstand was dozens or even hundreds of times greater than what they had to bear. Even so, she was the first to climb up the Divine Seal Altar's first step. It was impossible to measure this difference. However, the trial challengers also remembered that besides Sheng Mai, there were several other monstrous geniuses amongst them. For instance, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, as well as Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince. Big Flame. The Divine Void Crown Prince. Where did the 2 of them go? By now, the entrance to the 5th level had been open for some time. But many people had yet to arrive. If others didn't arrive it was fine, but for chosen prides of heaven like Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince to still be missing, this caused everyone to feel as if something was wrong. There is also that woman in black clothes who always followed Lin Ming around. She's a ruthless person too, so how come she isn't here yet? Everyone glanced at each other, feeling a bit strange. At this time, Lin Ming still hadn't moved. He stared off into the distance, scanning the horizon. Although he was trying to remain calm, he found it difficult to tamp down the growing unease in his heart. Xiao Moxian was really far too slow, making it so that he inevitably started to imagine various scenarios. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince that had gone missing, Sheng Mai simply didn't seem to care for him at all, nor did she have any intention of looking into his disappearance. This startled Lin Ming. It seemed that in Sheng Mai's eyes, someone on the level of the Divine Void Crown Prince simply wasn't worth her paying much attention to. In the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, there would normally be someone every generation or two that was able to obtain a title of Crown Prince. After accumulating for so much time, there was a considerable number of them, to the point that Sheng Mai couldn't be bothered with them. Lin Ming silently waited. Slowly, many trial challengers had climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's first step and were preparing to climb the second. Finally, Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief and stood up. At the furthest edges of his vision that he could see into the wasteland, he could sense Xiao Moxian's familiar aura. Before long, several shadows appeared on the horizon. Their speed was quick and they soon arrived in front of Lin Ming. They were Xiao Moxian, Mo Brightmoon, and the others of their group. Even Suya was together with them. The several people were safe and without any major injuries. In the midst of the crowd was Xiao Moxian. Her clothes were torn in several places and she appeared a little exhausted. Even so, her eyes shined with excitement. "Big brother Lin." Seeing Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian joyfully shouted out. "Xiana, how come you're so late?" Xiao Moxian looked a bit distressed, but she was in extremely jolly spirits. Lin Ming finally felt relieved upon seeing this. "Hee hee." Xiao Moxian smugly smiled, waiting for Lin Ming to take a guess. But at this time, Lin Ming's keen senses discovered that there was something different with Xiao Moxian's aura. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were nearly linked together in their thoughts, thus he was naturally able to feel the changes in her body. He discovered that her blood energy was far more concise and the nirvanic flames within her body were even more potent. A breakthrough? Lin Ming was stunned. But as he looked at her inner world, he saw that she was still at the late Divine Lord realm. Xiao Moxian's cultivation speed was originally faster than Lin Ming's, but because he had stepped into the star-like immortal palace, she had been left in the dust by him instead. Now, Lin Ming was already a half-step Holy Lord, and as for Xiao Moxian, she would find it difficult to make a breakthrough in the next several years. Xiao Moxian only cultivated the essence-gathering system. She didn't make a breakthrough in her cultivation and yet her blood energy was far more vibrant. This was quite unusual. Lin Ming even discovered that within her body, her primordial yin energy was slowly reforming. When Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming first dual cultivated, although Xiao Moxian had obtained tremendous benefits from Lin Ming's body, her primordial yin energy had still been taken away by Lin Ming. Now, there was a faint tendency that it was reforming. How could Lin Ming not be surprised by this? Lin Ming suddenly understood what had happened. He asked with happy surprise, "Xiana, you completed your second nirvana." This was no small matter. A phoenix could undergo 9 nirvanas. Although the 7th, 8th, and 9th nirvana were the most difficult, and the first 6 were easier, this was only relatively speaking. In order for a true royal phoenix to complete the first 6 nirvanas, it would require innumerable years of accumulations. But for Xiao Moxian, she had only needed another 60 to 70 years to complete her second nirvana. "That's right," Xiao Moxian ecstatically replied. "I obtained a lucky chance on the 4th level, so I was able to complete my second nirvana, otherwise it might have taken me several hundred more years." Lin Ming was also happy as he heard the bubbling joy in Xiao Moxian's voice. During this adventure into the Azura Road, Xiao Moxian had accompanied him the majority of this time, but she hadn't experienced many lucky chances for herself. Besides the one time in Tragic Death Valley when she obtained the method to cultivate the Azura Heavenly Tao, she hadn't had any other lucky chances. But now, at this final trial, she managed to finally obtain her own great lucky chance. "That's wonderful," Lin Ming said from his heart. Xiao Moxian was a descendant of the Demon Dawn clan as well as a descendant of a royal phoenix god-beast. But, a phoenix god-beast, even a royal phoenix, was nothing in front of a heaven-defying existence like Soul Empress Sheng Mai. If a royal phoenix managed to complete 9 nirvanas, they would be able to step into the true divinity boundary, but there were beyond few royal phoenixes that managed to do so. As for Sheng Mai, as Lin Ming saw it, she had almost reached the boundary of true divinity. What she wished for, the challenge she faced, was likely the peak of true divinity. In this situation, A royal phoenix was definitely inferior to Sheng Mai. Yet, Xiao Moxian was different. While she possessed the talent of a royal phoenix, she had also inherited the cultivation talent and learning ability of the Demon Dawn clan. Although a royal god beast possessed a bloodline that defied the heavens and could reach the Empyrean boundary just by growing up, in terms of cultivation ability they were actually flung far behind by other races, like the humans, saints, and spiriters. This was the balance of nature. The stronger one's bloodline was, the more difficult it was to procreate, and their ultimate potential was also limited in its ability to adapt. But Xiao Moxian broke this careful balance. She possessed a royal god-beast bloodline foundation as well as a peak perception and cultivation talent. In addition, as she followed Lin Ming and experienced her own lucky chances and fortuitous encounters, her potential was unimaginable. Completing her second nirvana in the 4th level of the final trial was only the beginning. She would definitely have increasingly exaggerated achievements in the future. At this time, Mo Bright Moon smiled. This time we had to rely on Miss Xiana to survive. The ghosts and evil spirits in this mystic realm are simply far too formidable. If it weren't for Miss Xiana successfully undergoing her nirvana at the crucial moment and then using her enhanced nirvanic flames to burn away the ghosts, it might be unknown whether or not we would have been able to return alive. Mo Bright Moon lightly said. Lin Ming was able to discern a great deal from her words. It seemed that their experience in the 4th level had been filled with dangers. After glancing over at Thousand Slaughter and Fanny Fafa, Lin Ming discovered that they were wounded. They had consumed a great deal of blood vitality and had obviously passed through a desperate battle. Lin Ming knew that in order for Xiao Moxian to complete her second nirvana, she needed a safe environment to do so. If this were true, then she would have needed Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and the others to serve as her protectors. It could be imagined just how perilous the situation had been. Lin Ming took a deep breath and looked at Mo Bright Moon, Suya, Fanny Fafa, and Thousand Slaughter. He clearly said, "I thank you all." Haha, Brother Lin, there is no need for such words. We only did what we should have done. Anyways, without Miss Xiana here, I fear we would have perished in this damned haunted land. The 4th level of the final trial is truly steeped step by step in all sorts of killing intent. Fanny Fafa honestly said. Although his lilting feminine voice was a bit strange when combined with these frank words, Lin Ming could still feel the sincerity within them. Rest up, then we'll climb the Divine Seal altar. Lin Ming turned and looked at the massive Divine Seal altar behind him. Before this, Mo Bright Moon and the others had already seen the soul-stirring scene. They were just about to ask Lin Ming what had happened. Seeing so many people climb up, Mo Bright Moon asked, "Is this the entrance to the 5th level?" "Indeed." Lin Ming nodded and proceeded to explain the rules of the Divine Seal altar. A brilliant light shined in Xiao Moxian's eyes. She said, "Big Brother Lin, isn't this thing something you climbed up before?" In the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, Xiao Moxian had also been a part of Lin Ming's tournament subzone. However, she hadn't attended the semifinals where the Divine Seal altar was placed. Even so, she learned later that Lin Ming had been the one to climb up its steps to the top. Lin Ming said, "Perhaps Empyrean Divine Seal's Divine Seal altar is related to the final trial. We'll find out once we climb up." As Lin Ming spoke, Mo Bright Moon and the others sat down to meditate. With the support of various pills, it wasn't long before they restored themselves to top condition. And at this time, many trial challengers had crawled up to the 3rd and 4th steps of the Divine Seal altar. "Let's go." Lin Ming stood up, his clear and deep voice ringing out. Chapter 1715, Sheng Mai's Thoughts. Chapter 1715, Sheng Mai's Thoughts. Lin Ming's moved. On the Divine Seal altar, many people looked down to see Lin Ming start climbing up the steps. Finally. I wonder what his performance will be like. Lin Ming's talent had already been proven within the Gate of Azura. Still, many people found it unbelievable. After all, Lin Ming had come out of nowhere. He wasn't like Sheng Mai, someone who had an unbelievably deep background and status and had also attempted the final trial before and obtained above an 80% completion rate. Although no one doubted that Lin Ming had a terrifying talent, one still needed to verify this with their own eyes. This was like participating in a grand tournament with countless masters all around, and then encountering a seemingly common opponent who casually ended up being the top master of the entire universe. One would always find this difficult to accept. Many people were paying attention to Lin Ming right now, including even Sheng Mai. Empress, it seems you are paying a particular amount of attention to that youth. Besides Sheng Mai, her follower Dragonskar commented. Sheng Mai lightly nodded. This person has a very special soul. It even seems a little like that special soul physique recorded within the Spiritus Holy Scripture. Spiritus Holy Scripture? Dragonskar was startled upon hearing this. To the Spiritus of the Azura Road, the Spiritus Holy Scripture was nothing but a legend. Although there might have been some people who had seen a duplicate copy of the Spiritus Holy Scripture before, for a divine text of such a level, it was similar to the Azura Sutra to begin with and was simply impossible to duplicate. The so-called duplicate copy would only contain some superficial knowledge and would be missing far too much information. It just wouldn't be of much value. As a follower of Sheng Mai, Dragonskar actually knew the whereabouts of the true Spiritus Holy Scripture. The Spiritus Holy Scripture was in the hands of Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture, and Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture was the existence that Sheng Mai followed orders from. He was a dreadful character that had lived for countless years, the ultimate powerhouse of the Spiritus. Even though Dragonskar had followed Sheng Mai for so many years, he had never seen Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture's true form yet. He had only heard his voice, but just that voice alone was enough to cause Dragonskar's mind to shake with fear and his soul to freeze. Dragonskar didn't doubt that a major part of the reason why Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture was able to rule the Spiritus of the 33 heavens for so many years was because of the Spiritus Holy Scripture. In fact, there was a possibility that the reason why Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture was able to reach his current cultivation boundary was because he had a lucky chance during his youth and stumbled upon the Spiritus Holy Scripture. The common people might not know where Sheng Mai's grand reincarnation art came from. This was a supernatural cultivation method similar to the 9 nirvanas of a phoenix. After every revolution one would have to reincarnate and their boundary would drop by several large realms. Afterwards, one would have to cultivate from the start again. This was a cultivation method that only a peerless genius could practice. This was because unless someone possessed a cultivation speed 10 times that of a genius, the more they cultivated the lower their boundary would be. But, if one could successfully train in this cultivation method, then they could forcefully enhance their bodily talent and cultivation talent. It was a truly heaven-defying technique. To restart from 09 times, every life was a whole new accumulation of learning. The reason that Sheng Mai was able to have her current achievements was because of her own monstrous talent as well as the grand reincarnation art. Within the inner Azura Road, the Soul Emperor Divine Void also held a deep admiration and respect for the grand reincarnation art. This mystical heaven-defying cultivation method nearly seemed as if it were creating its own independent set of laws. It absolutely wasn't something that an ordinary true divinity could hope of creating. As for the origin of the grand reincarnation art, Soul Emperor Divine Void had some guesses, but none that he could confirm. However, Dragonskar actually knew the true origins of the grand reincarnation art. It came from the Spiritus Holy Scripture. It was a part of it. As for who was the one who wrote the Spiritus Holy Scripture, that was a mystery that had yet to be solved. It wasn't even known if the person who composed the Spiritus Holy Scripture was a Spiritus to begin with. Maybe even Divine Sovereign Soul Rapture wouldn't be able to answer this question. Now that Sheng Mai suddenly said that Lin Ming had a special soul physique that was recorded in the Spiritus Holy Scripture, how could Dragonskar not be shocked? Empress, do you mean the eternal soul? Yes, it's that. But it's only a faint similarity. If he really did possess the eternal soul, then I would have to bring him back to the Spiritus no matter what. Dragonskar was left bewildered. He looked at Lin Ming once again. But, unfortunately, he had very few understandings of what the eternal soul really was and was only faintly aware of its existence. This sort of soul physique had already disappeared from the 33 heavens for 10 billion years. This eternal stone as well as the stone of eternal life were closely tied together with the ephemeral concept of immortality within the legends. Lin Ming having something that resembled the eternal soul was more than shocking. As Dragon Scar was thinking this, Lin Ming had already climbed up the first level of the Divine Seal Altar. Climbing the Divine Seal Altar was a relatively relaxed exercise for Lin Ming. As he scaled the rough stone walls of the Divine Seal Altar, Lin Ming calmly perceived the concepts contained within it. Without a doubt, the Divine Seal Altar of the inner Azura Road could not be compared with the imitation Divine Seal Altar crafted by Empyrean Vast Universe. The main difference here mostly came from the different concepts within the two altars. This Divine Seal Altar contained concepts within each step that correlated to one of the laws of the 33 heavens. When Lin Ming passed through the Blue Stone Road, he had already enlightened himself upon these laws of the 33 heavens, thus now that he climbed up the Divine Seal Altar, he was realizing these laws once again. These laws of the 33 heavens were mostly strange to Lin Ming. Even if he carefully comprehended them, he would only understand a limited amount. Still, he slowed his speed and slowly mulled over these feelings. This was a rare chance for him. He would do his best to bury these laws in his heart, where they would be equal to planting law seeds. Lin Ming isn't fast at all. Is he reserving his strength? Dragon's Car commented. He had been carefully watching Lin Ming climb up the Divine Seal Altar. It wasn't too difficult to climb up the Divine Seal Altar. After all, the 33 steps of the Divine Seal Altar were only the stairs for a trial challenger to go from the 4th level to the 5th. Along the way, a good portion of people would be eliminated, but there would be a decent number of trial challengers that climbed up to the 5th level. No, his feeling and comprehending the concepts, Sheng Mai pressed her eyebrows together as she looked at Lin Ming. Just what is he thinking? Could he be thinking of comprehending the laws of the 33 heavens? The laws of the 33 heavens were all-encompassing, a completely comprehensive system. Even so, no matter how they were divided, they had to fall into one of 3 categories: soul forging, body transformation, and essence gathering. Each of these systems possessed 11 types of laws, each one suitable to different races of the 33 heavens. One might not even be able to cultivate the laws of their own race, much less the laws of other races. In Sheng Mai's eyes, this was simply impossible. For a single person to dual cultivate body and energy, or even dual cultivate body and soul, was already extraordinary. To cultivate all 3 systems was aiming far too high. As for cultivating all 33 laws, to Sheng Mai that was simply the thinking of a madman. In fact, Sheng Mai's thoughts were correct. Even for the Azura Roadmaster, it was impossible to cultivate every one of the laws. Even if he spent 100 million years cultivating each of the laws, it was impossible for him to achieve the limit in ones that didn't suit him. However, the Azura Roadmaster had used another method to solve this problem. That was avatars. If his true body wasn't suited to cultivating some laws, then he only needed to create an avatar that was. Lin Ming's Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was one such example. Time slowly passed. More and more trial challengers began crawling higher and higher. Those that were able to arrive here were all outstanding elites amongst all outstanding elites of the Azura Road. As they welcomed the pressure of the Divine Seal Altar on their bodies, there was yet to be anyone who couldn't withstand the pressure. At most the difference came in those who had to slow down. These people were different from the group of people that Lin Ming accompanied in the semifinals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. At that time at Grave Moonstar, out of all the martial artists that climbed up the Divine Seal Altar, not including Lin Ming and Dragon Fang, the most outstanding genius there had been the Skydark Holy Lands Nether Limitless. There weren't even any Empyrean descendants. As for Nether Limitless, he was only the core disciple of a great world king influence. Compared to these core disciples of Empyrean and true divinity influences, he fell far behind. 6 hours later, many martial artists had already climbed up 20-some steps. As for Soul Empress Sheng Mai, she had reached the 30th step. At this time, Lin Ming was on the 22nd step, slowly feeling the law concepts atop the Divine Seal Altar. Slowly, Lin Ming realized that although this trial of the Divine Seal Altar between the 4th and 5th level was a test, it was also a form of enlightenment. In the past, the Azura Roadmaster left behind many ways in which a trial challenger could enlighten themselves, But there were simply far too few people that could comprehend anything from these experiences. Even Lin Ming was only able to leave behind law seeds within his heart. Compared to perceiving the laws of the 33 heavens, this was far too great a difference. On this divine seal altar, the crux lies in the law concepts, and not the pressure. Reaching the top isn't difficult at all. Lin Ming suddenly thought. As he looked at the height of the space crack leading to the 5th level, one would need to climb to at least the 31st step to enter, otherwise they would be eliminated. However, according to the previous elimination rates of the trials, not too many people should be eliminated. In other words, the majority of trial challengers should be able to make it to the 31st step. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.